Hello, Internet, and welcome to Hearts of Stone. We are here to play some Blades in the Dark. We're super excited to have you here with us. It feels like it has been a year since we played this game. And I had to have my players here remind me what happened last time because I took terrible notes. Yeah, we're here to, yes, RJ.
You told us we won the game.
Oh, yep, that's it. New campaign.
Woo!
Delete everything.
Surprise.
We're done. Yep. If you missed it, that way we did it. The VOD's been lost, but we beat the game.
YouTube ate it probably.
And the Baron was defeated in a poker game.
And then
I'm the governor now.
He was romanced by Fume, and now they're in a loving relationship.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fixed him.
Yeah.
Crackle has all the winnings.
Yeah.
I think it's better if they both don't fix each other. They're just equally problematic.
What if that's how I end the game and y'all just decide your score is just challenging him to a high stakes poker match and we just go Casino Royale with this?
God.
I don't know why you're acting like that's out of the realm of possibility.
It's not. I mean, nothing's out of the realm of possibility.
Absolutely possible.
And I know I've said that.
Lay a
There it
stake
is.
on this one.
Literally
Defeat-
did this in Red Jenny.
Yeah, I'll write this down. Defeat the Baron with poker.
Which kind of poker? Well, I think that's going to be up to him.
Yeah. And
Oh.
if he decides to go out to dinner first.
So
I hardly
this is the
know her.
energy- This is the energy we're coming in here today with. So buckle up for that.
We haven't seen each other
first,
for a second.
Poker.
before we get going, we'll talk about what else we got going on the channel because we've only got one other stream right now, which is on Mondays. We will be back with the second episode of our Fistful of Darkness campaign called Crater's Edge. It's a very similar system to this. If you like this, come join us for that. And it's got a lot of yeehaw energy, as multiple people have told me. At
Imagine
this
this, but it's a Grackle multiverse.
point. Yeah, imagine it's
Oops,
yeah,
all grackles.
Oops, all grackles
Yeah.
is the vibe from that, and we learned that 90%, like the quips and stuff, is mostly just about the accent. Is mostly if you are speaking in like a southern dialect, it's so much easier to say just the coolest and funniest
Yeah.
shit.
Well, and I got
we
to tell you
learned
guys.
Wings' secret.
Yeah, well, and I got to tell you guys about my mom's incredible southern insult
They're so
Mhm.
good.
of she's so ugly she'd make a train take a dirt road,
Yep.
which is like
Yeah,
the
there's a
meanest
lot
thing
of-
I've ever heard my mom say.
You just need to compile those and start.
Well,
you-
butter
I'm-
my butt and call me a biscuit.
She's still
That's
sending them, and I
what
told I'm
got.
keeping a running list.
yeah.
She
Yeah.
keeps apologizing, and I'm like, please don't. This is art.
You need to do them as like the inspirational poster. Just start like a Twitter account or something, and
It's
just
just
like
cowboys.
tweet out one of those every day, and like a sunset background and
Mhm.
stuff.
Well, I would do like one where you're like a cliff, like standing on a cliff and looking out at the ocean, but across the sky it says he's about as useless as a screen door on a submarine.
Yep.
yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
needlepoint too, Wings?
Hey,
Like, could you
Wings.
needlepoint one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, do I have a
Reluctantly.
commission. Oh,
Commission Wings.
I got to
for-
needlepoint one of these and give it to my mom.
Yes.
Mom, don't watch this part.
I have a cross stitch thing that I could show you that I've done, but it has my Wi-Fi password on it, so
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
Oh,
touch it.
no,
don't do that.
Don't do that.
Chat can't have that.
No
No.
doxing today.
Anyway, join us for that on Monday.
Can your Wi-Fi
very-
password dox you? Probably, right?
Yeah.
You could look up like IP information. Yeah, don't do it.
If they figured out where you live, then they could
Yeah.
access your internet. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
don't do it.
Anywho, yeah, join
Yeah,
us. For that
chat,
on
you better
Mondays.
get the data plan.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Otherwise, that's all we got going on right now besides this. So I'm gonna go and turn things over to my lovely players here to talk about who they are, what they do on and off this channel, and who they are playing tonight. Starting as always with Van.
Hello, I'm Van. You can find me on the internet at Van But Wilder, wherever you can find people on the internet. I actually logged into Blue Sky today to repost. I don't know what you call it on the other ones. To retweet the GGK
Respeed.
account. Yeah. So you can follow me on Blue Sky and Mastodon and Instagram and wherever people are. I forgot what we were calling it, Skeet, and now I'm gonna keep thinking about that. I stream here on Mondays and Saturdays, and I'm leaning back like this because I went too hard at the gym and now my lower back hurts. And today I'm playing Glass, who is the Whisper.
And next, that's me. Hey, I'm Christina Sid. You can find me on the internet at Greek Sid if you try really hard, because I'm really just on the Discord. So come say hi in the Discord. Yeah, I am here on Mondays and obviously Saturdays. And then for a couple more sessions, you can find me and RJ over on twitch.tv/High Shelf Collective playing some Heart. Heart is great because the point of the game is to die epically. So we're getting there. A couple more sessions before RJ and I get to die epically, and it'll be great. That's at 8:30 Eastern on Tuesdays. So come hang out with us. But today I am playing Salome, who is the group's spider.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, RJ. You can catch me RJ's Do on the interwebs, where I am. As I said, you can catch me on Tuesdays, where we're doing Heart of City Beneath. Thursdays, we're coming back over on the Hive Goblins. Soonish, so keep an eye out for that. And that's it for me this week. At the very least, today I'm playing Fume, who is the Hull.
And that just leaves me, everybody. Hey, I'm Wings, also known as Danae Keener. You can find me at DanaeKeener.com doing nerdy drawings, mostly related to D&D and a lot of things on the Indoor Adventurers channel. Today I am playing as Grackle, who was once a hound and was once a ghost, but is now a vampire. DanaeKeener.com.
When
Grackle's been on a
Danae's
journey.
a little hoarse, like, you have the perfect ASMR voice.
It's
Yeah,
very
really-
NPR. Like,
Wow.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome
It's-
to Starbucks. What can I get started for you today?
Yeah, it's giving the NPR guy. What's his name?
yeah.
Ira Glass, yeah.
Ira Glass.
Mm.
No
Hardly
kidding.
know her.
This is half a decade ago at this point, but and like pre like online orders and shit. I worked the drive-through at Starbucks, and legitimately people would tell me like, I love it when you work the drive-through because you have a great radio voice.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
And you do.
You really do.
DanaeKeener.com. Hi, everyone. I am Val. You find me at the Crack
Wow,
looking around the internet.
sorry, Captioner busted that link up so bad.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
It did not like what you said.
You can find me at the Kraken's Ground looking around the internet. I am here running the two games that I mentioned, this one and Crater's Edge. And then for the next 2 weeks, tomorrow and next Sunday at 8:30 Eastern Time, I'm going to be in a D&D 5e two-shot. We're going to be playing. I guess the premise that I was given is that we're a band. And some shit has gone wrong with our most recent performance. I am playing the lead guitarist, Leonin, named Cleve, because I thought it was funny instead of Slash. So yeah, that's me. But
That's
yeah,
pretty funny.
yeah, I thought it was good. I was gonna go with Dave Knoll, but Knolls aren't
Dave Knoll.
playable races, so yeah.
He's more known for being a drummer, I would say.
That's true. Yeah. Anyway,
All to say,
that's
good joke.
Yeah, thank you. That is me. Are y'all ready to get started?
Whoop.
All right. Previously on Hearts of Stone, the crew discussed the contents of the Baron's journal after discovering them in the confines of the Craft Estate, the ruined Craft Estate. And learning more about the Baron's rise to power, the betrayal of the Craft family, and the various deals that the Baron had made in order to gain the power that he has utilized to subjugate Duskfall. After discussing these contents and deciding what to do, Grackle microwaved most of the Dimmer sisters. Moonshine ratted out Glass, and they suffered the consequences of Grackle's ire.
This is why
And then-
some people just say that birds are flying rats.
Yep. And Fume made a deal with Belphegor to learn the Baron's weakness. And that was most of what happened last episode. We're still kind of in downtime. I realize it has been so long since we actually had a score. We've been in downtime for a long time now. But I believe that's coming to an end as you only have a couple of days as this deal with Captain Panzia is looming over you. He has offered to smuggle Grackle out of the city to avoid this family feud that has bubbled to the surface and made threatens to tear Dustfall apart. You are contemplating or playing around with the idea of trying to get Panzia on your side, given that Grackle is no longer questioning the contract that she has made with Nemesis and whether to follow through on that, Panzia being one of her targets. So you have decisions to make whether you can convert Panzia to your cause and what you will do if you cannot. So that's where we will pick up, still in the midst of this downtime and sometime in the aftermath after making this deal with Belphegor. So what would y'all like to do?
I think it might be score time.
Score time.
I think, yeah. Regardless of which way it swings, we're probably gonna go on Panzia's boat.
Mm-hmm. His Leviathan. You would know. You might do some gather information if y'all want to know more about the ship and kind of like what the situation is going to be if that is the route you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
But you do know that his Leviathan hunting vessel is called the Carnunos, and is one of the largest and most advanced Leviathan hunting ships in the Dustfall fleet. But yeah, so I guess what we need to decide if we're going to go ahead and get into the preliminary score planning here is what your approach is going to be for this score. We kind of talked about it being more of a social thing. I think initially we were looking at like a full-on assault, just like sink the ship, but it seems like it's pivoted from that point. So we have the types of plans, once again: assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, and transport.
I have a logistical question.
Yes.
Now, Panzia, captain of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Do Panzia drive the boat?
No.
There should be like a helmsman.
I mean,
right?
he is not like the I mean, again, I don't know how much y'all would actually know about Leviathan hunting crews and vessels. None of you have been.
Well, Will.
Oh, we could ask.
Yes,
Will,
you
yeah.
do have a resource there. That might be a good. Instead of giving
Are
you
we
that
using any
information,
friends or allies to help us with the score?
yeah, you could utilize that for some gathering information. So if we
Sure, he's got some insight.
We could also have Will help us out on getting aboard the ship too, if he has any contacts
Now.
through Leviathan hunting.
The reason I ask, and I know we don't need to make a whole plan ahead of time, but I would like to remind everybody of the most recent ritual that I created that I can do now that we affectionately named Puppeteer,
Yes.
which would let me puppet somebody for a few hours to half a day. And potentially kill them if they... We don't have to worry about that part.
yeah, that
Get in
also is
touch
an
with
option.
the helmsman.
Or
And all of a sudden, who's in charge of the boat? Me.
proposition. You
I could
puppeteer the-
proposition him.
I
Also,
mean,
was gonna
that is an in.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to grab the navigator so they can chart a wrong course.
Also possible.
that's good for a longer term
Mm-hmm.
plan.
Yeah, why
Or I
don't,
just make the guy drive the boat bad.
Or you can just puppet Panzia to say yes. Done.
So
No,
so
I don't
Will
think
can
it works like
definitely
that.
assist.
If he's gonna
Will-
come with us, be his phone free will.
Let's do some gather information stuff because y'all need some more information
Mhm.
before you decide what you're gonna do. So you have Will as a resource. Will has not served on Pansia's ship, but does know the general like logistics and stuff of working on a Leviathan hunting vessel. So could definitely help you with that.
If you get like a rundown of like what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
Flash.
But also, again, Pansia's operation is one of the largest, if not the largest, in Dustfall or coming out of Dustfall. So there's plenty of people that work at the docks and around town that would have information for you on Pansia's crew and the Carnunos in general. Yeah, who wants to do what?
Very quick question, just to confirm. When we would be going to the docks to get onto his boat, correct?
Yes, that would be where his ship is moored.
So
at the
technically,
docks.
where we're going for this score would be the docks, which is not one of our hunting grounds.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
that would be the location at which I mean, y'all had initially talked about actually going out to like sneaking up on the ship and going out to sea and doing something. Then either way, it's not going to be part of your hunting grounds yet.
Gotcha. Okay. So we always forget that. It's like if we're doing something in our hunting grounds,
Yeah.
we get extra downtimes. So I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah,
You know.
that is a good question. I'm gonna go double
maybe
check.
we can gather some information.
Okay.
Ooh.
I will say, for the purposes of this job, because you reminded me to check the traits of the docks, operations against ships at port at the docks are considered on hostile turf for the purposes of generating heat. So,
Ooh,
Got it.
interesting.
Okay. So we're gonna get some heat from this.
We could pull a.
which I think y'all are y'all maxed out at heat right now?
We were
I think so,
absolutely
yeah.
maxed out on.
Yeah, everything's maxed out. We're
Yeah.
full heat, full wanted level. We decided not to bother dropping our heat because we were already
Yeah.
at wanted level 4.
Yeah, so things are really
Rough
tough
right
for you
now.
right now anyway, so that doesn't
No.
necessarily make a huge difference. But
Here's the thought: we could expand upon the plan we used when we were breaking into Ironhook to get Steiner out, and we could take the freaking rooks and get them on the crew. We could get them on,
Pansy's crew.
and then we've got backup on the boat.
yeah, that
Just
could
a
definitely
thought,
be part of
just
the
a thought.
operation.
It's like a setup action, almost.
Yeah, or something you keep in your back pocket as a flashback if it needs
Okay.
to be done.
I
you
A
know.
like
couple
that
of us
too.
hid among the workforce.
Mm-hmm. So I think like this is what? This is a deception? Is this a social? Like
Yeah, so I guess putting things in context is, Pansia has made this offer to get Grackle out of the city and is basically like, my ship leaves at the end of the week. You have until then to make this happen and get Grackle onto my ship.
mhm.
So there are a couple ways this could play out. Is expecting, Salome to show up with Grackle to get Grackle to leave. So Grackle doesn't necessarily have to sneak aboard the ship. Grackle is invited onto
Yeah.
the ship.
And then
so-
Salome would make sense to also be coming, so not
Yeah,
have to sneak
I
aboard
mean-
in that way either.
Just
The
realistically,
rest of us can sneak on, but
it's not necessarily a matter like Pansia has invited you onto the ship. If
it's a matter of
if-
pulling off the double cross.
Yeah.
If y'all were, it is not out of the realm possibility for y'all to just be like, hey, we're all trying to get out of the city now. Can we all hitch a ride?
I think that's where the original plan came from. was
yeah.
To get so we could all fake our deaths.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's not necessarily the difficult part here, unless if you're wanting to ghost Pansia and say like, oh, we're just
Ghost?
not going to respond, but we're going to show up, but you're wanting to sneak aboard the ship so you can be there without him knowing. That does provide you with different advantages in this situation if you're wanting to be on the ship without anyone knowing about it. Especially if this is a trap or something, that gives you some advantages there. So,
I say
there's
we
different ways you
combine
can
the
play
two.
it.
Yeah.
I think Salome and Grackle and maybe
Go
Fume.
on
I don't
as
remember how
invited.
sneaky Fume is.
Yeah.
Go on as invited. Glass takes Jackdaw and the Rooks, sneaks on,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then we can do that
Again-
dramatic scene on the boat where we all walk out of the shadows, and when he's pointing a gun at Salome, but then click, there's a gun to the back of his head, and who's that? It's Jackdaw, and then Glass drops down from the. Okay, sorry, I'm writing fan
Okay.
fiction.
Too much planning.
Sorry, I'm writing fan fiction.
So but these details don't really matter in this case. What is important is like the gist of this plan is you are
Are we lying
trying
or not?
to. Well, no, that's not even really what matters here either. What is important here is your goal is to get Pansia on your side, not
Yes.
kill Pansia.
That is
think
the
so.
goal. And then,
yeah,
well, this
well-
is also a Grackle decision in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
so-
ultimately.
What is our goal and what is our approach is what we're deciding
Yes.
at the top here. Would it be simpler to say that our end goal is to get Pansia's ship?
And just however we get there,
And
we get
however
there.
means, like, basically, like,
we could try to
we-
convince
we-
him to go along with the plan. If not, I mean, if
then just-
it sounds
Is-
like we're gonna sink the boat either way.
Yeah, I mean, get as in steal or get as in sink.
I mean, like, is our end goal that we want to fake our deaths? Is that the end goal?
The last
And
time
then,
we
like,
talked about it, it was.
And then
We can
Pansia
pivot.
is like tertiary to this. I guess I'm complicating things by introducing other possible goals.
I think that is a valid point, though. Is like thinking about what is your ultimate objective on this ship. Is it to fake your deaths by destroying the ship and making people think that you were on it?
I think it is to be rid of the Pansia problem, no matter what. Whether that is to get him on our side or to kill him for the list.
So the goal is not necessarily to destroy
Originally, I
the ship
think
or,
was
fake,
the
or
plan.
fake your deaths. The goal is to sway Pansia to
And
your
the
side.
faking our deaths is kind of optional too. Like, if we get Pansy on our side and he thinks faking our deaths is a good plan, then maybe we do that.
What it
We could
comes
fake
down to
his
is
death,
that
too.
like the narrative goal here is to deal with Pansia.
Yeah.
Like
Yes,
he is
that's what
he is a loose end. He is untied.
Yes.
But we need to like motivate our characters for this.
Yeah.
Which I
So
don't
I
think
mean,
there's much motivation for. I think honestly, like, we like Pansia. Like, we
Yeah,
as
we don't
players
wanna kill
and
him.
we as characters like Pansia.
Right.
And If we don't,
And when I
have to
call him a
kill
loose end, I don't mean that we
Yeah,
tie
yeah,
that
yeah,
up
yeah, yeah.
by
No, I
yeah,
think
yeah.
Sid's more speaking to like the motivation aspect of it.
yeah. So I think again, and it doesn't like you can have multiple objectives. We're just deciding on what the type of plan we're dealing with is. It
This
sounds
plan
like
is to
y'all
deal
are-
with the Pansia problem.
It sounds
Yeah.
like the plan is less of like an assault or like a sneaking kind of plan and more of a social type plan
Yeah.
where you're
Under
just
social,
trying
it
to
says
set up a
connection.
situation where
mean-
you can convince Pansia, unless the idea, and again, like,
I mean,
just
let-
spitball.
Let me put it this way. Our characters don't know for a fact whether or not we can sway Pansia either.
True.
So I think maybe the goal is to find out if we can sway Pansia and if we can't remove him as
As a problem.
as
Yeah.
an issue.
Either way, we want to have Pansia no longer be one of our issues.
Yeah,
We're
and
gonna
I'll
end the
throw-
problem.
I'll
one way or
throw
another.
out there just as an option, just kind of in this blue sky period, that you don't necessarily have to convince Pansia to sink his own ship. You just have to do it in a way that he doesn't realize you're the one sinking it.
Oh, yeah, no,
so,
for sure.
yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll just have Fume in a dinghy, like a click out, aiming his cannon at the ship, just waiting to be told, fire the laser.
Yeah, because there are ways if
Oh,
y'all
hello,
are wanting.
Kronk.
It really depends on how honest you're planning on being with Pansia. If you're trying to convince him that, like, getting him to your side by just telling him the truth, or getting him to your side by creating a situation where he thinks that that's the best option for him.
Why not
You know.
both?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
I think that this
I think we can
is just as much an information gathering situation as
It's
it is
kind of
a
an espionage, you all.
yeah.
It sounds
So-
like we're in a little espionage.
It kind of falls between, I'd say, like a deception and a social, with some elements of like stealth in there too. So
espionage. I
So
feel like
it's-
is the center of that Venn diagram.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But that's not, yeah, like
What are the
Yeah,
other ones
so
that
do
we
we-
always
One
have
of
to
the
do? It's a
six.
espionage, sabotage.
Mhm.
robbery or
So I look at the list here and look at the
Wrong sheet.
details and decide like what detail we're going with, because like if we're
Burglary, espionage, robbery, sabotage.
if y'all are going with a deception where you're trying, the method deception is to trick Panzea in some way to joining your side. Is it a social where the connection here is you're trying to like undermine his connection to the Baron? Or are we going full stealth where the focus of the plan is sneaking a couple people on board without Panzea knowing?
Is this under the category of approach?
So this is on page 127.
Hey,
We're looking at
actually-
the
It's actually on our character sheets, which is a fun place to put it. It's
Oh.
not on the crew sheet, but on your character sheet below all of
planning and
your
load.
gear. Planning and
information.
load. It gives you the list and then the
yeah.
the thing that you're trying to figure out, like what your point of entry is.
Mhm.
So for an assault, you decide the point of attack. For the deception, you decide the method. But why they're
Yeah.
on that sheet and not the crew sheet, I don't
it's
know.
kind of strange, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're
But they're there.
if we're specifically describing our approach, it is deception because he's
think I
under the
agree.
assumption that he's smuggling Grackle out of the country. That is not our intent at all.
I agree.
Okay. So we'll say the type of plan is a deception here. The method of deception is
Salome and Grackle
making him
pretending
believe you're
to-
going along with his plan.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Question.
I
My
like
question
that.
being, does Fume want to go with Salome and Grackle? Or does Fume want to stick with Glass? Because Glass, I think, is gonna take, if this is the approach rate, is gonna snag Jackdaw and the Rooks and is gonna try to sneak them onto the ship.
I'm gonna say this
Oh, I was,
for big brain purposes. I think Fume should go with Glass and Jackdaw because y'all are wanted. Salome is still in some capacity a face for the businesses and by tooth and nail trying to pretend that I'm just a brothel
is
owner. Blah,
Fume
blah.
actively wanted? Yeah,
Yes,
right?
all
Yeah.
three of you are actively
Remember,
wanted
because
right
they
now.
initially they didn't mention Glass,
Yes.
and I
Yeah,
kept
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to get out of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You fully revealed yourself to Oliver when you tried to murder him.
Right, right,
he's-
right.
And they know about Bertrand Faust now and stuff. Like, yeah,
God, I had
Bertrand Faust is a wanted
Glass
man.
and Fume were extremely wanted.
I had a real funny idea where I would basically send in Emilian in the adult Fume body and then have Fume in the little like hover droid following Glass around. Hey Glass.
And then-
All
machines,
possible.
Glass, look what I
but-
can do.
Yeah.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop.
But just for deniability purposes and to keep up the charade of the deception of like, okay, yes, you got me. I know where Jack was, but she wasn't involved in this and that. Blah blah blah. Maybe we keep Fume and Glass
And
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
shadows.
And that also gives you guys the opportunity to blame a lot of that on us.
potentially.
You got
yes.
at any point you could blame a lot of shit on Glass and Fume.
It also gives us the opportunity to take you hostage.
Also true.
Okay,
Give,
now
again,
we're speaking the same
deniability.
language.
Yes. So all
No,
of
we've
this-
definitely suggested this before. This
Oh, yeah, yeah,
smacks
yeah.
of familiarity.
The
All right,
only
so
the only thing we haven't gotten to
let's-
yet is Glass looking at Fume and saying we should do Get Help.
This is a lot of stuff that we can do in flashbacks and
Yes.
details of
Yeah,
plans
yeah, yeah.
that y'all can we can address as it comes up, and we'll see how the engagement roll goes. But now that we know,
God, I
kind of
hope it
what-
goes bad.
Now that we know what the type of plan, the detail is, let's talk about like gathering information. So, who wants to take an action in that regard?
I think, oh Salome, we cannot hear you.
I think Salome will, just because, again, is the only one that is not necessarily actively wanted right now, so she can go out and consort a little bit. But...
You should. That was going to be my suggestion. Is that Salome goes to the docks,
Mhm.
and I can talk to Will.
Love it.
'Cause I can stay home and do that.
Hmm.
Could Fume point out some dock workers, since he did work on the docks for a time being, that who would be like
I forgot about
amenable to some bribery?
Yeah.
that. You know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
I know. Yeah, just don't say it's from me.
Okay, so yeah, I'll roll to consult.
Okay. So
So
you're
Jimothy.
you're going to speak with Leviathan hunters and
Yeah.
consulting with Will and stuff, trying to gather some information. Okay.
And I keep
Yeah.
forgetting this part of consort. When I roll to gather this information, I get a +1 die. So I have to be
Nice.
rolling 5 in this now.
Just check the cruise sheet to make sure we don't forget anything.
Yes. Is there anything else on gather information for the crew?
Nudging downtown.
We already had one of our cohort folks do a downtime action. So that's done.
Oh, did I mark off our turf? I did.
I don't know.
So we got the thing that we can count our wanted level as turf. I did. No, the only thing I can see is that you're. I guess we're not in downtime anymore, so it doesn't apply either.
Yeah.
Nope. I've officially looked at all of our moves before we do anything.
Yay!
Let me look at my sheet, but
Got a 6. So
Six.
it's like 3, 2, 1, 3, 6. I'll take it.
Okay. So with a 6, and I was going to give you a greater effect because you have an ally that is able to assist you in this regard and kind of point you in the direction of people you can speak to. So here is what you are able to learn. The Carnunos is a massive ship. Like these Leviathan hunting vessels are not like this is not a small cruise ship. These are like aircraft freighter, like aircraft carrier like sized vessels. So we're talking about a crew of hundreds, not like dozens. So to your initial question, when you're all talking about like, you know, who's manning the helm and stuff like that, multiple people. There isn't just one. This ship is too big and requires too much attention for one person to be responsible for any one task. So there's a lot of redundancy in place. As far as like describing the ship and like, you know, maybe Fume at the docks, you know, getting down there, kind of taking out like anyone. There's security and guards that keep people from on the docks. Like the docks themselves are a very especially when you're talking about like the Leviathan hunting vessels and the transport and freighters and cargo vessels that are coming in. There is a lot of security there, not just blue coats and iron coats, but private security for the various shipping companies that operate out of the docks. Panzia's company as well is one of the largest, so they have a lot of security around the Carnunos. It is a newer class ship, probably commissioned within the last 10 years or so. So this is a sort of marvel of Sparkcraft engineering. It's about 300 feet long, with protections against both natural and supernatural threats. I mean, it hunts demons, so it is kind of fitted for that. You see, kind of similar to the Hyperion. The Hyperion's newer, so it's a little more advanced, but the Carnunos does have like cannons and rail guns and search and spotlights like all along the outside for dealing with like smaller threats, as well as some larger weaponry for specifically attacking and defending against the Leviathan. The there are the hull itself is this like blackened metal of pressure treated hull steel reinforced with shock dampening electroplasmic mesh, um, specifically again to withstand both like physical impact from the from leviathans as well as like supernatural fluids and like the ghost field and things that you see out like outside of Duskfall, because those same threats are present on the sea as well. um the the ship itself, again, 300 feet end to end. You can envision sort of an old industrial aircraft freighter with the front of the ship having this like figurehead of these massive like iron sweeping antlers that also kind of dig down into the ocean, and it's both like a design element and a practical like functional element, where the ship actually can like physically ram into these leviathan bodies. And you see these like huge winches. The Will would explain to you like the process of like hunting a leviathan is usually like a lengthy one where they're like whittling it down over time with dozens of attacks and volleys and shots and harpooning it, letting it slowly bleed out before it is like hauled aboard the ship to be drained of its blood. Um, they usually, and they really can't get like the full body of the leviathan because these creatures are so titanic, like they're bigger than the leviathan hunting ships themselves. They just get them up enough to attach these hoses and devices to siphon and drain the blood from them. So with the logistics itself, the like some of the design elements of it are you kind of like explained to you in some small detail. It runs on a like an arc core reactor like that powers the vessel using refined leviathan blood, so it is like powered. It has an electroplasmatic field around the exterior to protect the ship. It also has like lights and electricity and stuff. The This same generator powers the propulsion of the ship through a very complex series of mechanisms that Fume would probably understand. The rest of you might be a little bit lost on that. The Let me see. So there is a separate areas of the ship. So there's this harpoon rail system that they use that's on the dorsal deck of the ship, with these electrically charged harpoon guns that they utilize. There's a separate like a midship containment and processing bay where they pump in the or they cool and refine the leviathan blood to keep it, to store it for transport. There is these like large towers along the mid of the ship as well, instead of traditional crow's nests, with these these sensor masts that are fitted with like these electro-optic rangefinders and sonar pulse emitters. Again, very like high advanced technology. And then there's this like kind of central like flat and dry deck area of the ship where they have all this machinery and like steam powered saws and articulated cranes for like dissecting and taking apart the leviathan. And then at the rear upper deck of the ship is this command bridge. So you kind of get a general layout of it. And then there's obviously like quarters for the crew of the ship as well, a mess hall, things like that. So that kind of gives you the layout, what to expect. So a lot of people, a lot of space, a lot going on. As far as like key individuals on the ship, obviously Captain Panzia being the foremost as the captain of the vessel and the commander and the owner of it as well, from a business perspective. You hear about his first officer, Vond Elwick, who is a kind of oversees the day-to-day operations, logistics, and the personnel aboard the ship. Is basically Pansia's second in command. Handles a lot of the day-to-day aspects aboard the Carnunos and kind of like steps in like when they have like rotating shifts. Then they have there's various like heads of the different departments and the aspects of this ship and what it does on a daily basis. So the chief engineer on the ship, who is a graduate of the Sparkwright Guild and Dustfall, is Atrina Vex. She manages the like propulsions, the arc core reactor, the power grid, oversees all of the technical elements of the vessel. Then they've got like in charge of the actual like hunting elements and the like using the harpoon guns and the weapons, things like that. The lead harpooner is Corin Dar. A lot of people like his goes by Splice to most of the crew. Is a more of like the chief, has the title of lead harpooner, but handles a lot of the more let's say like weapons and defense aspects of the ship. Let's see.
I don't care anything about Splice. I just want to be their friend because their name rules.
The navigator is Lena Cray, who is in charge of the both the charts for navigating, and I think y'all encountered this like very early on, maybe in like our first couple of sessions of this game. A lot of the charting for like Leviathan hunting and stuff, because it is so dangerous and they need to be so sure of where they're going. They use some like divination and things like that to create these charts of like where these
that was one of our first scores, was that like map. Yeah.
So managing this is both a very secret, like a high a position of high secrecy, because they need to make sure they need to be very well trusted, because if another hunting a ship is only as good as the charts and the intel that it has of where these Leviathan are going to pop up. Many Leviathan hunting captains have gone out of business just because they spend a whole season out at sea and never come across one. But on top of like managing these charts, they also utilize like some technological developments like these like sonar, radar, optics, and like resonance tracking in order to locate these Leviathan more definitively. So
basically,
she
if our
manages
grandpas
that well.
went on this ship, they would be extremely excited to go fishing, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is all like the technology level here is something like it's like a submarine tracking, like, you know, the kind of tracking sonar and systems that they utilize. Think of who else. They as far as handling the blood harvesting and containment of Leviathan blood, the supervisor for that is Dr. Merrick Oldros. They have a chief of security. This is the one that actually handles like security at the docks, and then they do have a presence like on the ship while it is at sea as well, just to make sure the sailors aren't getting too rowdy. That is bosun Rika Moss, or Reka Moss. And then let's see who else. They've got a chief medical officer as well, Doc Emmerin Rook, and again, various other personnel, but I think those would be the ones that would be the most important to you up front. But these are the people that are in charge, kind of responsible for their respective divisions. Under each of these figures is, you know, dozens of other crew that handle the day-to-day. So but these are the heads of their departments. So that's a big information dump. Is there anything specifically you want to know beyond that?
I feel like Fume can handle how the ship works and breaking something down if necessary. But
Yeah.
I guess just probably there, like if maybe there was someone that used to work on the ship, or we like could casually get in touch with at a bar and be like, so what do you do exactly? Something along the lines of like, how do they transfer through their duties? Like, who's usually the first one at the helm when they take off? Like that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So, and we could flavor this in with your consort, because like none of these people are untouchable. Like, or you can't talk to them. Like they're on shore leave right now.
Yeah.
Most of them. So, asking around and Will kind of pointing you to some contacts. You could have easily made contact with one of these people, and that's where you got some of this information from.
Mhm.
I mean, there's lots of former crew. So most people I've named have been with Pansia for many years now.
Yeah.
They hold positions that they are very comfortable in, and they're very well compensated for their work. The actual 200 plus other crewmates of the ship are usually on like a yearly contract basis, and they rotate in and out pretty quickly. Just because it's a very dangerous venture. Even with all these protections in place, there a lot of people die doing this sort of work. The Leviathans themselves are pretty ferocious, so most people will do like a couple of deployments, and then save up enough to start a business or do something else at Dustfall that's a lot safer. There are very few people that are like veterans where they've been on more than like 2 or 3
Deployments.
Yeah. So yeah, there's plenty as far as like a schedule. That is probably going to take an additional role or something, because that is something they wouldn't give up in sort of a social situation. So that might be something where one of you would have to threaten and or steal something to get
Mhm.
that information.
Okay. How are we feeling? Does someone want to roll like a thieving, or
I'm trying to steal it. Creep around. Skyrim style. Sneak into somebody's office.
Yeah. So if you want to do another gather information as like a prowl or something, probably your target for this would be like the first officer, Von Delwick.
Now that I
Because
know
he
who
would
that
be,
is.
yeah, he would be the one that would probably have the schedules and like the staffing lists and stuff, because they're about a week out now. They've recruited, you've probably hear like they're done recruiting for this expedition. So most of that would already be in place at this point. So yeah, you know who your mark would be in this situation.
It's been a long time. Let Glass do a good old fashioned beanie.
heck yeah?
Yeah, let's do a prowl. We're gonna call this risky standard.
Risky standard. Let me make sure I don't have anything for this. I'm not. I'm gonna need this stress if we end up needing the puppet thing, so I'm not gonna push anything. I'm just gonna go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
6 is really good. So Von Delwick is not nearly as wealthy as like Pansia as the owner of the ship, but is pretty well off. Lives near the docks, between the docks and Crow's Foot. Has a very nice, nicely appointed apartment there.
And as much
and
as you're trying to tempt me, No, I don't steal anything else. I'm gonna make
Do
a
you
No, I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a copy.
Got it. And that's
Much as I want to rob this rich man blind.
yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it is not. I would say in Dustfall, as much as Dustfall has a middle class, it is like upper
The middle class in Dustfall is basically rich.
Yeah, it's,
There is no middle class. It's
Nah.
Yeah, there's
It's
really
rich
not,
folks.
but doesn't not you sneak up to the like during the day when you know this person's probably at the Canonos, like getting ready to preparing the ship for its next voyage. You sneak into their apartment, easy enough to break in. No, you're not really worried. I mean, there's no really defense warding or any sort of security for itself. It's not really someone who is concerned about. It's a nice enough area that he's not really concerned about getting broken into. You pick the lock, open it. Inside is a very kind of modestly pointed. They're not like a lot of decorations, given that this is somebody who spends a lot of their life at sea.
utilitarian.
Very utilitarian. Yeah. Simple, kind of hardy furniture, comfortable but not austere. The one thing you kind of run into is when you're they've got like this kind of a smaller living area, back bedroom, kind of office off to the side. This office, you see like a lot of like charts and some like nautical paraphernalia, little bits of like kind of there's a shelf that has these different bits of like bone and like tanned hide and things like there with
Once
like
again, it's giving Dishonored.
with different like dates underneath it, and you see that this is basically like a kind of a trophy wall of like the different like voyages that they've been on.
One little teeny piece of ambergris.
Yeah, kind of. But you find in here under the desk there is a probably the biggest like piece of security that they have here is a safe that kind of immediately you clock.
Yeah, I
is
laughed.
like,
I
okay,
laughed
this
to
is-
myself, like, wow,
This is probably where the most
really
important
keeping
things are
everything
gonna
secure,
be.
guys.
You go over the papers on the desk just to make sure there's there are like correspondence between Pansia and this person as well, going over some of the like details of their the expedition.
This is
and-
it's not random, but less important, I guess. But does he have any like personal correspondence, like a nice note that his wife left him or something? I'm also just poking around for any little thing I can use as blackmail if I need it.
I'm gonna do a fortune roll.
Okay.
See if there's anything here that might be.
He is married, but he fucking hates his wife.
Let's see. I'm just gonna roll one die. You want a higher roll? It's a 4. So with a mixed success,
Girlfriend that's starting to get serious then.
there is a there's a couple. There are a couple of letters here with like various date stamps, like probably going back a couple of months, with some kind of familiar banter with someone in a city in Aruvia, and seems to be, you don't get the impression like looking around the apartment or anything that this person is married, but it seems like maybe they have someone that they've been like pen pals kind of like talking with in Aruvia. There's mention of like their next voyage and being stopping for supplies and like planning on being there within the next couple of months, making plans, that kind of thing. So it seems like they've got a little someone
Cool.
in Aruvia.
Just knowing there's somebody in Aruvia is enough.
Nothing scandalous though.
Dang.
But you find on the desk.
Darn, no naughty letters.
You find on no like naughty letters. I would have given you that on a 6.
Dang, next time.
You find in on the desk there are some recent or some newer looking documents with like shifts and schedules and a very meticulous this whole person, like, it's very clean. This person seems very orderly, and you see a few drafts of this document with like different shifts and schedules and stuff for the crew of the ship, broken down by department. You see like some first drafts where things are scratched out, lettered, like people moved around, but you see like a final draft on top that has the shifts and schedules for the crew. It's a big document because there are several hundred people and stuff, but mostly they're following the same schedule every day, but it just goes over like who's going to be covering what at which hours. But it looks like most people are working like around like 6-7 hour shifts, and rotating throughout the day. In most of the departments, but you see, like, as far as, because your focus has been on like the helm, like who's steering the ship, and the answer to that is there isn't really one person. Again, with such a big vessel, it is not a one person like at a wheel like turning the ship. It is like, we want to go right, there's like 6 people that have to make us turn right. You want to go, we want to start like moving this ship takes a village.
Gotcha.
But there you get the shifts for those people that are like involved in those tasks.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
I specifically remember way back when we got a chart that marked positions of Leviathans, and I had modified it so that it showed an incorrect position for Leviathans. Could I have sent Glass with that to swap him out later on if he decides to sneak around?
Yes. Yeah, because we were talking about that, and I think if y'all, because yes, whether I know when y'all had that was when you were dealing with the hive for the first time and got attacked by the
yeah, because we stole it.
Yes.
They
So
were not pleased.
I'm amenable to saying that you may that chart is old at this point. Like the dates and everything on that chart would have passed at this point when you had it. But if you wanted to make a false chart as like an item or something you can have on this journey, you can do that now, or you can do it later in a flashback if it becomes something you want to try.
I think I'll do it in a flashback just
I like
in case
that
it
idea.
comes pertinent.
Yeah, because it might not come up, but you also know this person is not the one that handles the charts. That would be their navigator. So this is a Glass, like the charts that you see here are more like general kind of like nautical charts of like some of the
A map of the area.
Yeah,
As
they've
opposed to,
got
like,
general stuff.
The like Leviathan tracking.
And some of them are like from prior voyages where it's like marks off like routes that they took, and there's like notes and like dates and stuff, and their journals they have about like things they encountered and things for like their next voyage of like, oh, these were we didn't have previously marked on our maps here, but the shoals here were actually much shallower than we expected, so we ended up having to reroute around. We could save more time on a future voyage by taking this route instead. So just like learning from
I think
experience.
if there is a chart with a spot like that where it's like, oh, like the lighthouse here is dead, or like there's a particularly like shallow shoal, I'm just gonna take note of that, just to be used as a vague threat later.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you could take some notes, like, because you're copying
some
off
notes
like
on
the
the
schedules
margins.
and stuff, and taking some notes about like things that they've learned and routes and things like that.
Just so it's just so if we have to make a threat, it sounds like we know what we're talking about.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna look for one more thing.
Mhm.
Does he have a library card?
Library card. All right. We're all fortunate for that too.
Does Duskwall have the infrastructure to have a privatized library?
They
It's
do,
like one of
because
Grackle's
established
things.
this.
Grackle's
Where the
got a
Grackle's
ton
things?
of them.
Right.
I'm bringing it back.
We decided early on that there must be a library.
Can we check out his
Oh, I didn't mean to
history?
roll 0 dice. Hold on. Roll 1 die.
What's he into?
It's a 3. No library.
Damn.
Uh,
Oh.
Okay. That's all I wanted.
Excellent. Anything else you want to do while you're here?
No, I don't want to leave any traces.
Mhm.
Nope, I'm good. I
Okay.
put the quarter on my notebook and I tuck it away. And I fly off into the night.
All right. Any
Try to leave
other-
everything exactly where I found it.
Any other prep or information gathering?
Are Leviathans solitary creatures?
Like do they travel in pods or something like
Yeah.
whales?
No, do they love to play cards?
Yes, they
We'll
do
challenge
not.
Leviathan to poker.
Your
not
basic
fair.
understanding, and if you wanted to learn more about Leviathans, you can maybe do a gather information on that.
Yeah.
Your basic understanding is that they're like demons, where they're pretty solitary, but
Well, they're so big.
They're
Where are you going to find a
soft-
cave for more than one of them?
It's the sea. You don't need to have a cave. It's the whole bloody ocean.
Shh. You don't know. Maybe they like to live in caves. Do your roll. Let's find out.
so we'll call this study.
Yeah.
And I'll say controlled. standard.
Double sixes.
That's such a good
You know
laugh.
everything about every Leviathan ever.
I
Oh,
want to
got
know his
excited.
name. I want to know his social security number. I want to know which one of these caves he's living in.
Getting
Get me
started-
pictures of Leviathan Man.
Leviathan, man.
Wait, I want to pivot the plan entirely.
We build
man.
a hull the size of a Leviathan, and we terrorize the seas.
Yeah, we get inside it, and it's like a Trojan horse.
Yes.
And they come to kill us, and then we get out of the
Yeah.
Leviathan and we get on the ship.
And then we reform into Loki and go, stab, bleh.
Exactly.
Panzer loves snakes.
So, the double six is coming out early tonight.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. So what you would know or what you find about like is there's a lot of research. I mean, Leviathans are a very heavily researched subject just because of how much Dustfall and the Empire
Relies on blood.
relies on these creatures for survival. So the general consensus is that most of the study of Leviathans have gone into like anatomy and like the studying of the ones that have been hunted and killed, because there's not a great way to observe Leviathans in the wild on their own. But the consensus is one, they're like titanic creatures, but they have similar physiology is identical to devils, where they are creatures of pure like power, electroplasm, that substance, their blood contains the same essence and that energy that like souls and spirits and things like that are made of, but they take on physical shape. The issue, so there's a lot of like theology and things that go into like the history of the Empire, and I think we discussed it briefly last time, is that Leviathans are largely accepted as being like the original devils, the ones that like during the cataclysm, the collapse, like they were the ones that escaped their imprisonment and destroyed the Black Gate and ruined and destroyed the world as a result. As far as the creatures themselves, again, they're so titanic that you don't really see most of them. Like nobody has ever observed a Leviathan in its entirety, because they are so massive. Usually what the sailors and stuff are seeing like above the surface is like it's like tip of the iceberg.
I imagine they have like gigantic syringes that they just plug into the Leviathan to drain it.
Yeah,
because
essentially
it'd be
it's like-
impossible to get to anywhere else.
Crazy
Yeah,
of
is
you
that-
to say Titanic and iceberg back to back.
Yeah.
Too soon, dude.
Yeah,
Too soon.
honestly.
Yeah, essentially like the hunting and stuff is like the harpooning and stuff is once they get it weak enough that they're able to like kill it, they just like pull it up close enough to the ship, and they have these massive hoses with like these pumping mechanisms on that they just like jam into the body of this creature and drain as much blood from it as they can. The dangerous part with it though is that yes, they are solitary creatures, like they don't typically travel in groups, but the death of a leviathan typically draws more to the area.
Blood in the water.
And they sort of like the body itself is mostly cannibalized by leviathans within a few hours. So most of the danger isn't just it's not the hunting of the leviathan when they're able to locate one. It's that once they hunt, kill it, they're on a ticking clock before every leviathan in the area converges on that
It's the
point.
getting out that's the problem.
And so they have a limited amount of time to get as much as possible before they get the fuck out of there. And
How much time do we have before we enact this plan?
Couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, you were given about it was about a week, so it's a little less than a week at this point. So I'd say like
Could I
4 or 5 days.
spend some stress? Well, if it comes up, I'll spend the stress to make a thing. Fume is reading. What the fuck's a Reaper Leviathan? This is the Subnautica notes. Oops.
I was literally about to say.
So yeah, but as far as like the behaviors and stuff, like Nuzlocke is known as about like the sentience of these creatures is like because demons and the devils that like have been documented and the ones that people encounter in that take on more of like a human shape are typically very intelligent, sentient beings, but the Leviathans don't exhibit that same level of sentience, at least not that's been documented.
God.
But they also are not just beings of like physical size and might and power. They have like the proximity to these creatures is dangerous on its own. Think of like a very like Lovecraftian, like people, driven mad just by
Brain
observing
breaks.
them. Yeah, that kind of stuff, which is why a lot of the protections around the ship, those electroplasmic barriers that the Leviathan hunting vessels
Yeah.
implement, protect the crew aboard from those influences. But there
Good
have been
news, I'm
tales
immune.
of those ships like malfunctioning and like losing power, and the entire crew driven mad and murdering themselves and murdering each other. And like there's legends and documentation of like ships never returning and then being found later as like ghost ships, just completely abandoned, like nobody aboard. So
God, I can imagine a plot point being like a flotilla of like dreadnoughts with missing people on it. Like, oh, that'd be great.
yeah. So I mean, ideally, it depends on, I don't know how long y'all are planning on being at sea for this, but these are usually long voyages that they don't encounter a Leviathan for several. I mean, most vessels are hunting one Leviathan, and then that's enough. And then they're getting out. They're not usually hunting more than one. But it is like,
Sorry, go ahead.
once they locate one, it's usually the locating takes a few months or a few weeks, and then like even killing and hunting Leviathan, that is like a process of like several days, weeks.
Persistence hunting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
I was
Moby
imagining we
Dick,
were getting like
yeah.
just far enough out
yeah.
that they can't cover back up, not like halfway across the sea.
Also, I'd like to tell everyone I had a moment to self-reflect. Thanks. I wanted to go nuclear, but I was like, no, too early.
Save it
Too
for a
early.
flashback.
Save it for a flashback.
So again, a lot of information. Any other follow-up questions on either of those?
I'm good.
So it's never
I feel
been.
like I'm learning a lot.
What were you asking, RJ?
No, I was just gonna make sure, like, there might be a chance they travel in packs if they detect a dead Leviathan.
Yeah, it's not like again, not like proximity to each other seems more of like happenstance,
Mhm.
like coincidence of like you find like reports of like vessels, leviathan expeditions and voyages that have failed because when they found the leviathan that they were hunting, there was another one that they located in the area, so they just gave up on it and got out, because usually it's like these ships are barely enough to hunt one at a time. More than one would be certain death. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you pit them against each other and get them to fight.
Let's them fall.
And come in
So
and clean up.
we've done a lot of comparing leviathans to demons. I have memory of this. Yes.
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. Leviathans like eating other leviathans, huh?
Hmm.
I will remember this.
Can't
Yeah.
make nothing now. Oh, you can't make
Essentially, demons and leviathans, they're made of the same stuff. They function in the same way, or like genetically, I guess you could say. They're of the same thing. They just again function in different ways.
The church extols them as being demon-like, though.
Yeah, I think the consensus from like more like philosophical debate and like historical evidence is that leviathans predate devils, like in some way that like devils evolved or originated from leviathan in some way. It tends to be the
Primordial, yeah.
consensus.
Hear me out. Leviathans are a pupae form.
Don't say that.
Do you
Don't
think
say
the
that.
Leviath-
Don't do this.
Do you think
It
the
might-
Leviathan might like to play out the myth of Jonah with a demon?
Yes.
This is gonna sound
Maybe.
this is gonna sound really this is gonna be super nerdy, but like if you've watched Bleach,
Mhm.
and like how hollows turn into like Arankar, it's kind of like the same, but they get smaller and
But
like
more powerful. Yeah.
yes, yeah,
Because all the energy gets more condensed.
yes,
I
exactly.
See.
I can
Okay.
see Van being like, I have no idea.
I know what Bleach is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
for the
of
eyes.
Bleach. I've never seen it.
That's how I
Uh,
cured my autism. Sorry, that was dark.
Oh no.
The anime or the cleaning product?
I'll never tell. The anime.
So there we have it.
That was like, I'm gonna be real niche. Let me talk
I
about Bleach, an anime no one's heard of.
Oh,
That's sarcasm.
Okay, well, let's be fair. They were using terminology that nobody's heard of.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
think you just made that part
I was
up.
using very niche lingo from a very popular anime.
I love that.
Yeah.
I understood you, Val. I
Thank you.
understood. You're valid.
I realized as soon as I started to say, it's like only like one, maybe two people on this call are gonna understand what I'm talking
Sitting
about.
here rewatching Claymore for the 17th time.
Claymore's great though.
Yeah, it's one of my
It's
favorites.
that one stick figure comic that about like overestimating people, the
Yeah.
layman's expertise and various topics.
Yep.
That being said, I've learned a lot. I'm putting it away in the vault.
And
File that away for later.
I have no further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor?
All right.
Continue, Counselor.
So
May I approach the bench?
denied.
I'll get you one of these days.
May I approach the bench?
Wait,
Square shoulder.
Wait, this is just Ivan.
Puts
It's
on
just
some
Ivan. It's an
lipstick.
attorney.
No, it's Ivan. No, you gotta say no.
It's Ivan.
Let
Let Ivan approach the bench.
Come on.
Please let me approach the bench.
the fact that we haven't done like a legal thriller episode.
Oh, we'll
fucking-
get there.
I mean, we
Fucking
are getting
Ivan's
sued
just
right
outside.
Now,
May
so-
I approach the bench?
Not everyone
you are,
in the
yeah,
room.
you are in the
We
middle
are
of
in
litigation. right?
active litigation at the moment.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I see
Y'all
you're
just
busy.
decided it's like
Possible.
I don't want to really deal with it. We're gonna put somebody else on that.
Poor Will.
uh,
We've definitely got at least one client that's an attorney, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
gotta.
At least
Oh,
Gotta.
for sure. For sure.
Okay, so it's a
I know.
lot of gathering information that we've done.
Yeah.
So I think the plan as it is, the details stay the same, unless that changes anything I want to do. But
For once, I don't think the gather information changed much.
Yeah.
I think it just reaffirmed what we were thinking about.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
changed a whole lot of my plans.
yeah,
Your plans
horrified.
change on a fucking dime.
It's a roulette wheel, honestly.
Yeah.
uh,
It's the
Okay.
big wheel from Prices Right.
so for our score, then, getting back to that, the loadout for this job. Once again, a reminder is the higher your load, the more obvious it is that you're there to do crime.
Normal.
So, but again, you're going to be around, like, those of you that are on the ship, depending on what your goal is. If you're trying to like infiltrate as a member of the crew, or if you're actually just trying to stay out of sight, that kind of changes the fact. So I guess that is a good question. It's like for Salome and Grackle, a higher load is going to be very obvious.
Don't
And
forget, we get
Yeah.
the 2 extra.
Yeah, I
For free.
think for Salome, she's gonna go normal.
Okay.
Of just like, yes, I am coming here. It is a little bit of in the dead of night, but also I don't fully trust you, brah. So I'm gonna at least protect myself. But
yeah,
not
where it's
totally
obvious that
load up.
like you're prepared for
Yes,
things,
and potentially,
but
hey, I'm leaving too.
Yeah,
I can talk to him about
the
it.
idea being you'd have stuff with you because you're not gonna come back.
yeah.
Did you say light or normal, Salome?
I'm gonna do normal.
I'm doing normal. I'll do normal as well.
Okay.
Because yeah, if potentially you're leaving town too. So
We're also getting on a Leviathan ship.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean,
I
you're
think
in
Grackle
a.
could go heavy if you wanted.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where
honestly-
I don't think in this situation, like, your load isn't necessarily going to make people immediately suspicious of you, but it will maybe have people a little more like
Yeah.
keeping an eye on you a bit.
Yeah,
more.
it's not about suspicion, it's about expectation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think
Um,
narratively that makes sense too, because maybe again, Grackle is taking a bit of a leap of faith here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
we've got 2 normals there,
yeah,
3 normals.
3 normals,
I'm going heavy.
heavy. Okay.
I never go heavy. I'm going heavy.
Okay.
If I went heavy, I'd get 11 load.
Crazy.
Gives me 8 total.
Okay.
Huh.
So
Oh, so what?
Glass, if seen, looks like they're up to shit.
Yeah, but I'm not
Anyone
gonna get
else
seen.
could go either way. All right. So we've got item loadout. So we really just have the engagement roll. So before I roll, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the approach here. Salome and Grackle are going to be showing up as part of Pansia's plan to say, hey, we're getting Grackle out of here, and Salome is coming along. Fume and Glass, you are trying to sneak onto the ship,
Yes.
Sure.
like
Yep.
And
as
I'm
without being seen.
bringing the rooks.
Okay. And so you and the Rooks are going to try to stow away, essentially.
Yes, stowways.
Okay.
We're fully doing a stowaway thing. We're doing pirates.
Okay.
Just in a metal crate getting loaded onto the ship.
I imagine I go to talk to Jackdaw about this plan and I get like 6 words in and he's like, say less, baby. We're going.
say less, King. We're good.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide how Jackdaw feels about going out to sea.
Which
I
he
wouldn't
doesn't
do
have
that
to go.
if it were you, Jackdaw. It's water, moving water.
I get out.
Okay.
Oh, do not turn him in.
Okay. Well, let's see how the engagement roll goes. We'll decide what people's
The
reaction.
engagement roll.
Engagement roll.
The engagement
roll.
Dave Grohl.
That's
yes.
the bassist.
All right. 1 die for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
I mean, I think so.
We are potentially bringing the right-hand man of the Lord Governor onto our side and or blowing up his ship. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think so.
We are also going to be vastly outnumbered.
Yeah.
Yes.
we'll see.
Nervous. All right, so take a die for that. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Actually,
Maybe?
I really don't think it is. It's really just like
Interesting.
we're gonna okay. They're gonna show
Always
up.
argue on this.
They're gonna show up. We're gonna sneak in. We've done that 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And it's either get on board or get thrown overboard.
Okay.
It's contingent on Panzea making a decision.
Yeah, it's really coming down to the Panzea conversation, really.
It's coming down to
Okay,
that
I-
one moment. Because
I guess
depending
the
on what he does, that's the path we're taking.
The plan itself is very simple. The
Mhm.
the emotions, the concept, the person to person interaction.
It's an
is
emotionally
very
complex plan.
complicated.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I would say
it's a complex
it's a very
situation
simple
with
goal.
It's a simple goal, but succeeding in getting Panzea to your side is a complicated issue on its own.
I don't
Plus,
know
on
if it's
top of that,
complicated though. I think it's
you are
touchy.
sneaking. You do have this extra thing of like Glass and Fume and the 30-something people you're bringing with you cannot get caught.
But
Good
again,
not to get caught.
it's very simple. It's
D&D
not
is gonna be
easy,
Really fun.
but it's simple.
Our definitions of simple are a little different, I
Yeah.
think. Okay. I won't debate
I mean,
it. It
ultimately,
seems
you
like-
can disagree with me. That's it's your
Yes.
prerogative. So
Yeah.
Tis up
I
to
don't
you,
think it's
GM.
simple. We spent a lot of time trying to pin this thing down.
we do that every time though.
Yeah.
This one was.
And then the plan goes out the window.
Let's take it to a vote. Who thinks that it's a complex plan?
That's 3.
That's
Okay.
3.
Majority wins.
There you
Okay.
you go.
So we've got so 1 die minus another die. Does this plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
No.
Well, it hits Panzea kind of where he's weakest against
On his own boat?
He's weak for Grackle though. If we're bringing it back
Ooh,
to
that's
this
true.
being a deception at its heart,
That's a soft spot.
he has a soft spot for Grackle.
I was thinking like physically,
Really
but
does.
yeah,
You know what? I will take that.
I think that's true.
And especially you're being invited onto the ship.
Yeah.
Most
so-
of us.
Yeah, he
Well,
did
we're-
explicitly say that at least Grackle could show
About-
up and Salome too.
we're
About like
We're
1/12 of y'all are being invited onto the ship.
Oh no, Jackdaw can't come. He wasn't invited.
yeah.
Oh shit!
We about to find out if that actually works.
The
Yeah.
funniest fucking thing, Jackdaw stopped at the gangplank. Ivan walks up the gangplank and onto the ship.
Jackdaw's pissed. Takes out a gun, shoots.
What are Rook's personalities again?
The Rooks are loyal,
Rooks
independent, savage, and principled. And there's 20 of them.
Wait, those guys are specifically for espionage, right?
The
Yeah.
Rooks, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect.
So I'm
Yeah,
bringing
this is
them.
perfect.
We
Yeah.
should have done this a long time ago.
Again, that's why
didn't
I
have
think
them a long
it's
time
reasonable
ago.
that you're bringing the Rooks with you
Yeah.
and not saying you're bringing like the but which
Oh, smash
do-
and grab? No.
Did y'all take the thing that all of your groups now have the thug?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes,
they
they
now
are
have
also
thugs as well.
thugs.
They are also though.
I got
Got
the
it.
sneakiest thugs in the city at my back, baby. Come on. Why do you think I'm bringing them?
So perfect.
They
It
all
is-
have like the fucking thief blackjacks, and they'll just.
Yes. They are loyal and principled,
It's gonna be a shame if we don't get to.
but
do
also
you and me.
savage and independent. So if I gotta turn them loose on the boat, I'm gonna turn them loose on the boat. I believe in them.
Okay,
These are my 21 boyfriends.
I'll give you the die for the vulnerability then. Is the
everything.
target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations?
This approach. Okay, I could argue both ways because he has in the past called Grackle out on deceptions.
This is true.
That is a thing that has happened.
But
Yeah.
Gravel sucks at lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why
This is also
Salaman's
true.
there.
It is. I mean, to double down on that, it is his boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were just talking about how it's protected from like leviathans, so I imagine they've got some shit for stowaways.
But again, devil's advocate, again, at the base of this thing is we are letting him think that we're just going along with stuff.
Yeah.
So
We are letting him think that this is his idea.
Yeah.
And men
Flash-
love that.
Men love that shit. Oh my god.
They love to
Hey.
think it was their idea.
love it.
Flashback. Can I forge some papers to get the Rooks, Glass, and Fume to be part of the ship's crew so we don't actually have to hide? We can just walk on?
He's gonna recognize me.
Just
You bitches
What?
are gonna have to be in disguise if you're
Yeah,
out
we're
in the
gonna have to
open,
be,
for
like,
Well,
sure.
also to be fair, again, because I've set this up that the ship is so massive and there's such a large crew, he's not interacting with the entire crew on a daily basis.
That's true too.
Like,
Yeah.
if you stay in engineering, he's not going anywhere near that.
No, the crew is gonna know each other, though, I feel like.
No,
Well-
again,
A lot
there's
of
hundreds of
turnover.
them.
That's
They
a lot of
change
people.
up at shore. Like
We'd have to
There's a
take
lot
a,
of
we'd have to
turnover.
essentially replace a unit.
Yeah.
No, there's
I'm
a
gonna
lot
say
of
that's
turnover.
not
But-
that
That would be 22 of us, so we could do that.
that's not impossible for you to do, and that is
I like
something that you could have done, or you could do ahead of time as well.
Okay.
I like it.
I like it.
If
Well-
we want to try, I'm down.
Do I want to do?
We've
I
forged
guess
stuff
we could
before. I'll help.
We could do that as a setup maneuver
Okay.
for the for this. So yeah, 2, page 34. So yeah, let's do this as a setup.
I invited you to my barbecue, and you're telling me you're not this person? What about grilled
what kind
mushrooms,
of-
Fume?
What kind of role is this gonna be though?
Would I do a tinker? Where's that?
I don't know if Tinker really works here because it's not really, you're not creating a mechanism.
Mechanism.
You're doing you're forging paperwork.
Finesse is someone's pockets, employ subtle misdirection, handle vehicle or
I think finesse is probably the
mount.
closest.
Let's look.
Tinker, use ubiquitous.
Employ subtle misdirection or sleight of yeah. Subtle misdirection being paperwork.
Well, yeah, and the sleight of hand being forging it well.
Yeah, I could see either sway or finesse.
Well, it's 2 dice apiece, so here we go.
Want someone else
w-
to do it? I've got 4 in sway and 3 in finesse.
Please?
Yeah. I will help. I will help you with that.
Brendan Lee Mulligan trying to talk about birds. Please.
Please.
Yeah, let's do. Okay, so which one are you doing?
I'll do a sway. I'll do
Sway.
sway.
Okay. So yeah, we'll do sway. We're gonna call this risky standard.
Bam. 6.
6.
Nice.
Awesome. Okay, so yes, that will give.
On your die, man. Yay.
So let's see. Okay. So this will improve the position of the engagement roll,
Nice.
regardless of the outcome here. So what we're gonna do is we'll go through the rest of the questions, but whatever the results of the engagement roll is, it'll bump up the position for wherever y'all end up. So we were at 2 dice there. I think again, they do have specific defenses to keep people from stowing away on the ship.
But if we do this thing where we make them part of the crew. they're not
Yeah, so
stowed
that's going to
away.
improve the position on the back end, depending on this.
Yeah.
But they do have those defenses, so it's still removing the die.
Okay.
So we still take 1 die away from the engagement roll, but whatever the outcome is, this setup maneuver will help bump up the result.
Got it.
Okay. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight? We got one from Will.
Yeah.
Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation?
we are at war at the highest thing possible. Everyone is interfering with our shit right now. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's necessarily actively for this one thing, but yes, like we are.
Yeah.
We're kind of fucked right now, y'all.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot.
It's
Okay.
hard out there.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got a lot of other things going on. Like they might not be directly interfering with what's happening, but just generally, like it's very hard for y'all to make any moves. Right
We're
now.
on watch lists.
Yeah.
I've been interrogated and beaten up by the cops. Like, yeah.
And then last, any other elements you want to consider? Target tier. Where does it?
I would like to consider our relationship with Pansia. We have been
Interesting.
business partners with him for going on what? Like it's been almost a full year in play. And like he's been our silent partner. He has wanted to fuck Glass forever. I don't know if they actually have yet, but you know, like he really does. Not that he knows that Glass is here. But and then he practically raised Grackle.
So I guess we're saying like he wouldn't be expecting the
He's too emotionally involved.
potential
He's too
double
emotionally
cross here.
involved. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm down for that. So that gives you another die. So that adds a die, so it keeps you from losing, or that'll even out because they are a higher tier than you.
Yeah.
There's that Leviathan Hunter. Leviathan Hunters are tier 5, and y'all are tier effectively 3.
Effectively 3, actually 4, but
Okay. And then we get an additional die.
No,
because
we haven't
get-
tiered up to 4 yet.
oh
Alright.
shit, we have to.
We went.
So you're 3 weak.
We're
right
3
now?
weak right now because we were
Got
at
it.
3 strong.
Okay. And then, but you get the additional die because you did gather information. Right,
Yes.
Sylvia? Okay. So that leaves us with 2 dice.
That's crazy how that worked out.
Yeah.
Let's see those ones.
All right.
That's when we do our best work.
2 dice.
Oh, baby. Pansy is fucked.
Wait, no. Normally, traditionally, when we do super well, it goes off the rails in the
It's
middle.
true. It's but you know
Uh-huh.
what? Hey,
But we still
we're gonna
win.
make this happen.
This is gonna be the most chaotic
So-
espionage.
Very excited.
So that would be a good result. You with the setup action that bumps it up to a critical.
Mhm.
So that is an exceptional result. You've already come the first obstacle, and you're in a controlled position for what's next.
Meaning for the people at home, because no one said it explicitly.
But
We
yeah,
got
you
a
did roll the
6.
6.
Yes,
Roll
we
the
did roll a
6.
6. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see how this fares for the rest of the job here. But I think before I start narrating, we're gonna go and take a break here. We'll come back, get started on this job. So thank you everyone out there for watching. We will be back in a few minutes to continue our session. Stick around with us until then. Go get a snack, some water, stretch, whatever you need to do, and we will be back here very soon. Until then, stay tuned. Hello, Internet, and welcome back. We are going to continue our game. We just did our engagement roll and got a critical success. And she said, yes. Wedding episode. Let's do it. I guess Pansy could marry somebody because
True.
he's the captain on the ship.
Oh,
Or
you
you could
meant-
get married to one of us. as
Oh, I
well.
meant do like officiate.
Yeah.
See.
We'll do the
Da,
more
da,
basic
da,
thing.
Just
Yeah.
kiss.
Yeah.
Just kiss.
Excuse me while I have to add in a pirate faction to Duskfall.
Excuse me.
I think
While
we're
I
about
kiss
to
this
make
guy.
one.
Yeah, y'all are actually kind of about to become Duskfall pirates. Okay, so
Yeah, what are pirates if not sea thieves?
Land bandits.
Mutineers.
Or sorry, sea bandits and land pirates. There we go.
This sounds like a euphemism. Let's move on.
let's move on.
This sounds like euphemism, and I don't like it.
I love when RJ makes a joke and we all just kind of let it hang there for a bit.
It happens a lot.
Well,
buddy.
it's because sometimes you deserve the consequences of what you said.
Well,
You gotta learn sometime.
Oh, I've learned. I just
Listen, you guys do it to me too.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
I've said some real shit, and you guys have just like all looked at me
It's-
like.
Yeah.
"What's
Well, it's
going
my
on
favorite
here?"
way to enforce consequences for making bad jokes. Is just to let it
Is to let
sit
you know that
there.
I heard the joke, but I'm not laughing.
It's
I
the
like
version
how
of like when your dog makes a mess on the carpet and just like look at what you did.
Yeah,
And
sit
I'll
in that,
do it
sit in that-
again.
sit in that for a second.
I'll do it again.
All
All right,
right,
scoot
so-
closer to my
Well, it's like when
mic.
it's like when Val does it, and I just look dead into the camera and go, "Okay, speak on that." One
All
of my
right.
favorite things to say to you because you instantly crack under the pressure.
Yeah. I don't like to think about the things I say.
Too fucking bad. They're on the internet forever.
So, critical success. You successfully forged paperwork to get the rooks as well as Fume and Glass onto the ship. So, we are going to cut. I feel like I need different music here.
You got some pirate shit in there?
I don't have any pirate shit here.
What?
We're just gonna change it up because I've had that one going for a bit. Yeah, I didn't just have pirate stuff right now. I've got a bunch of country stuff, but that doesn't really work
I mean
here.
that's fair. We did get on the Zoom call. You were like, "Do you guys remember what happened last time?" Which
I mean,
rightfully so.
Darling,
There's-
lock them doors and turn the lights. No,
There's
not
a
yet.
50-50
Not Glass,
shot.
not yet.
One, love that song. Two, you're singing it way too high for Josh Turner, baby. You gotta drop it down.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm a tenor. Have we
I'm a
met?
tenor.
Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low.
My voice don't get that low.
music on the soft, slow.
I can try and sing from my diaphragm, but it's not gonna be good.
That's where you're supposed to sing from, you idiot.
What are we doing?
What is going
right
on right now? Can we
What is
restart?
happening?
What happened here?
I got taken over by the ghost of the guy who doesn't like musicals.
Oh.
All right. So Salome, and we're gonna start with Salome Grackle with this, and then kind of cut over to what's going on with the rest.
This is just Val trying to get us to shut up, RJ.
Yeah, need y'all to cool off. The two of you, in the like early hours of the morning, basically middle of the night, are walking up the I was gonna say the gangplank, but it's much wider than that. The bridge almost that leads from the docks to the deck of the Carnunos. There is this, as you approach the ship, you've been escorted by a few members of like the security team staff for Pansia's company, as he was expecting your arrival or hoping for your arrival. So being flanked by a few of the sailor security team, there is this deep mechanical hum that kind of grows a bit louder as you are walking up to the deck of the ship. Massive cranes looming overhead, pulling up these pallets of like freight container or cargo containers and barrels, all kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Banded together, or chained together, being lifted down into the cargo hold through an access point at the center of the ship. This hum kind of you realize is like the whole ship is almost like vibrating with its energy. In a few minutes you begin to get used to it, where it almost like begins to die out, but you're very present of it at first, from the arc core at the center of the ship that's powering the vessel. It's very noisy, of like the chains of these winches that are maneuvering up above, and the sound of like the shifting creaking of metal all around you, as well as the voices of dozens and dozens of sailors that are beginning to prepare for the voyage. In the air, there is this smell of like burnt oil and ozone from the electroplasmic kind of cage that encompasses this the deck of the ship. It is not like fully active at this point, but it's still giving off this hum. The kind of defense mechanism of the ship will be initiated just before it leaves the harbor. There is that smell of like this what you can imagine is probably like the coolant fluid for the ship, and salt and brine and a bit of decay. The deck itself is stained in places. It looks like it's very meticulously cleaned and kind of scrubbed off by the crew, but even with that, spills from Leviathan blood on the deck stain different areas, especially around the central like containment and processing bay along the outskirts of the dry deck. Again, the crew moving like a well-oiled machine as you wind your way through it, being escorted by security back to the aft portion of the ship, where the the command bridges head up several flights of stairs within the support structure for the command bridge, until you reach the helm of the ship. In here, as the ship is not currently moving, it's not fully staffed at this point, but you see about a dozen chairs sent around different like mechanisms and control points with different dials and readouts, all dark at this moment, but the displays for the crew at the helm. Here currently, though, you see the executive officer von Elwick, standing over a map table at the center of the room. The tall, very like kind of lanky looking, about probably in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, but with this very light, almost white blonde hair, pushed back, large spectacles that kind of have loops around his ears to stay on his face when the ship is sort of hitting turbulent waters. He wears a crisp officer's uniform, as many of the officers around the ship you have seen wearing, with a few with the badge of the Panzea Shipping Company on the breast. He is currently going over some maps along with the navigator, Lena Cray, a woman in probably her mid to late 30s, with short cut, sort of brunette hair. She has a pin kind of pulling back a little bit from her face. She's also wearing an officer's uniform. She's a very stern expression, like a very focused. You can see some like creases like around her eyes for somebody who just like spends a lot of her time squinting and reading over maps. She has a large like glass that she is holding over to a magnifying glass, looking over areas of these charts and pointing things out to the first officer as they are going over these charts for their voyage. And then across the table from them, observing all of this and currently just listening, you see Captain Theo Panzia. In his usual sailor's attire, same like kind of dingy boots and the wide brim hat he's always wearing, but instead of what you've seen him where he's got like the like open breasted like jacket, this like flamboyant looking like very piratey jacket, he's wearing instead his like commander's garb, much more presentable, more official looking attire, but he still has like a jacket that's like pulled over his shoulders, but that same patch of the his company. As the security officers move in, the table kind of goes quiet from their discussion, and Captain Panzia looks sees makes eye contact with you, Salome. Grackle, are you like in any sort of disguise right now, or do you have, or are you wearing anything to sort of obfuscate who you are?
Would that be a good idea? Should that be what Grackle's doing? Cause she's not showing up in her regular like Grackle getup. In fact, I think she isn't even wearing her hat. Let's take the hat off. She's not wearing her hat. She's in civvies, basically. Kind of giving the air that she's like given up on the Grackle persona. Like she's wearing like one of those like billowing like sailor shirts, and then just has like a bag slung over her shoulder, just like she's either a worker or a someone who's like chartered passage on the ship.
Yeah, I mean, not wearing the hat, wearing some different clothes and stuff, it's probably enough that like I would say most people probably wouldn't recognize you from like wanted posters or anything. Not that you really have had like wanted posters plastered over the city in any way. Like the attention on you has been very direct and specific coming from the Baron. Unless anyone else thinks otherwise, I think that is
probably a conversation with Salome of just like, because at this point, again, Salome's like, every single one of you motherfuckers is in disguise when you go out. Like, you are all fucking wanted, okay? But dead of night, not wearing her typical attire, and ostensibly going to leave the city. Probably just left it to Grackle to decide, so.
Got it.
I agree.
So, Grackle, I imagine with like a couple of bags like slung over your shoulder, wearing more of like civilian clothing, steps into the room. It's very well lit in here with the electroplasmic like light bulbs illuminating the table at the center of the room. A couple of like dark areas around the exterior. Panzia, as the room goes a bit quiet, both of them, the two officers kind of look up at Panzia, seeming to be caught a little bit off guard by the sudden arrival of two unknowns. Panzia says, "Right, you'll have to excuse me for a moment, Elwick, Cray. I'll leave the rest of this to you. We're going to have a few guests aboard for this voyage. I'm going to get them sorted out, and we can return to planning our departure." Right. Gives a nod to Elwick, who again, both of them were quiet. Acknowledge their captain, kind of once again glancing as he moves around the table towards the two of you. He approaches, sort of like waves the security detail that was escorting you, and says, "Miss Salome, let's speak somewhat privately."
Thank you.
He escorts you two from the room, leading not back down the steps you came from, but out some sort of back exit from the from the helm here, there's like a few more offices and like displays and different like side rooms from back here. But as the heavy metal door, the hatch like closes behind you as you leave the space, you find yourselves alone with Pansia. He says, Crackle, Jack, you doing all right?
She just looks at him, and like she looks like she's gonna say something and decides that like maybe speaking here is going to give up the the job. So she's just gonna play the silent brooding teenager that he probably knew.
Yeah.
She'll just like look at him, go to speak, and then just kind of turn away.
He said, I understand. This is difficult. I'm very glad you listened to Miss Salome here with my offer. I think this is what's best for you and give you a chance at a fresh start. We could talk more on it later. I understand this must all be pretty raw, but anyway,
She didn't listen to me.
I'm sorry.
I didn't want her to go.
Oh,
She didn't listen to me.
my apologies then. Either
All right,
way,
we're gonna play it like this. Okay.
Foot. Yeah.
regardless.
Sorry, is this something we discussed, or is
Nope,
this something that like Salome's just like throwing on the table?
Throwing it
Like,
down. Throwing
Salome's
it
just
down.
saying
Alright.
shit.
Yep.
There's like legitimately like a look from Grackle, like, okay, we're doing this then.
So dissension, like he's on the back foot, like, oh shit,
Yeah.
there's some
Definitely catches him
disagreement,
off
like-
guard. Yeah, he kind of looks over the two of you and kind of like see like a like there's a bit of tension here. That's
So
not what I
funny.
Now,
expected.
is it or is he a shipper? So is it less you? And we're like,
I guess, I guess you'll have to find out.
I suppose so.
But he grimaces at that a little bit. And he says, regardless of the reasons, then like more addressing this to you, Salaman says, I think this is what's best for now until all of this blows over. Kind of like looks back towards the helm and looks at you and says, I don't have much time to discuss the intricacies right now, but you're here. That's what's important. We can discuss more of the details later, but my plan is to get us out of the city as quickly as possible. We'll be departing here before first light. And our first stop will be in Scotland at Lockport. You can disembark there, or I can give you an itinerary of any other cities we'll be making port in, wherever you wish to make your start. But I think Lockport's a fine city, and you'll have plenty of opportunity there.
Is he addressing that to Salome, or is he addressing that to Grackle?
It like he kind of looks at you, but he's mostly addressing that question, like the choice of where to make her new life is up to Grackle.
Grackle kind of has like this distracted look on her face. She's gonna gesture over to the helm. Can they be trusted? Sorry, I haven't spoken in character all day, and now I'm
None of us
infected by
have.
the.
We've just
Can
been
they be
fully above
trusted?
table. Yeah.
No.
It's a very contagious accent.
It is.
Don't
It
get
really
worried.
is. I don't even have a thing. Howdy, partner. Can they be trusted?
Yes. I trust Vond implicitly. He's been with me for one of the first officers I ever recruited. He's a fine sailor. And Lena's a bit new to the crew, but again, no one on my ship. None of my officers, at least. You have anything to worry about? They are all well in hand, well compensated, and they know their jobs. So, the rules here. Regardless, I plan to keep you out of sight as much as possible. I can't vet every member of the crew. So, best, the fewer eyes that see you, the better.
Salome takes a moment to like adjust like coat and like cowl on Grackle there, as if like, okay, we're gonna keep her disguised here.
I'll get you to your quarters, Grackle, and Salome, you can say your farewells, and we will be on our way.
Oh, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm coming with you.
He seems genuinely shocked by that. And kind of balks at that for a second and says, "What of the jewelry box, the coffers?"
You well know that I place contingencies upon contingencies. I have people that I trust to look after things, take care of things, and keep me well abreast of the situation. Duskfall is no longer for me.
Is that going to be a problem?
I'm gonna have Salome roll a sway here. And call it risky standard.
Okay.
Can I drop an assist on that?
Yes, you may.
I'm doing that.
So you can take your improved effect or die, Salome.
I'll take an improved effect. I'll
Sounds
take
like
an
you
improved
said
effect.
you could take an improved
die.
effect or
Or
die.
die.
And I was like,
Cake or death.
I thought you were
Cake or
doing
death?
I thought you were doing a joke about like what if she died as like an outcome of failing this roll, and then I was like, oh no,
Then perish.
then perish.
Cake or death? I'll take the improved effect.
Cake, please.
Okay.
Cake, please.
I'm sorry, we're out of cake.
Yeah, it's supposed to be death then.
One, not a one. Sorry, I've got 1 6 in here.
Oh, okay. God, I was like, how many dice did you roll? You got
I
a
rolled
one?
And, also,
Four, and
and
then
not
all
A1
ones.
the stake
No.
sauce either.
Not a1, no. But I did get another 6. It's this one. It's this one, Van.
He kind of composes himself, nods, and says, I certainly did not expect that. But we have plenty of room if that's really what you want. So you're not planning on returning to Duskfall then? You'll be departing with Grackle.
Not in the near future, no.
Very well. I can have separate quarters drawn up for you.
That won't be necessary.
Looks between the two of you.
Keep him on the back foot.
Well, fuck me then. I'm getting everything wrong. He just, again, you've thrown him very off guard here, and he's
like,
Can't wait till he
thought
finds
I
out that me and
knew-
Fume are on the boat too.
I thought I knew my acquaintances, and now we're like at a really like intimate dinner party, and I'm learning way more than I anticipated.
yeah.
This is when he
yeah.
realizes that
We've
his
been
gaydar
interacting
is
as-
not nearly as good as he thought it was.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, we've been interacting at such a professional level for so
Exactly.
long that like now getting close behind the curtain is like
Oh.
much more complicated.
Ooh.
Now it all
Um,
makes sense.
I see. Do you?
The narrative that we've spun is that like not only are we fighting, but like
You're also together.
Yeah,
Fighting,
we're-
fucking. We disagreed about whether or not to come here, but now we are.
So now
both
there's
coming.
a lovers' quarrel going on
Yes.
his ship.
Yes.
And
Oh, he's gonna be
one,
so pleased.
and one and or both of you are also wanted by his employer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, things
Listen,
are.
he invited Grackle.
It's a very complicated situation. And so he just nods. He says, "Right. Well then,
We'll
let
get
me-
off at the earliest port, I promise. We understand that this is putting you out quite a bit. So we will, as they say, get out of your hair as quickly as we may.
Not at all. The risks are very well understood. I would not have offered if I wasn't fully willing to accept the consequences here. So, but
Is he lying?
no,
Okay.
no, nothing said to you so far has
Okay.
clocked as a lie. But he continues and says, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to minimize them as much as possible. So we'll be departing as soon as we can. Recommend you stay in your quarters until we're out of court, and the rest of the details we'll go over later. Right now, follow me. I'll show you to your quarters.
Salome will like pull up a little cowl situation, like not in disguise necessarily, but not wanting to show off who she is either. And
Mhm.
again, adjusts on Grackle to kind of do the
Yeah.
same. Little show of that.
So he takes you down, like lower into the ship. It's kind of a maze down here. Everything is just very similar. There are some signs on the walls that like kind of point, like, you know, mess hall, officers' quarters, engineering stuff, like things that can guide you along the way. But it's just a lot of the same. Big like bulkhead doors, like that section off different areas of the ship, and that same continuous like thrumming, that hum, pretty much everywhere you are. Again, eventually you start to adjust to it and begin to like tune it out, but it's just this like omnipresent like vibration that runs through the ship. But he takes you down to your quarters, kind of shows you inside to the very kind of modest like bunk, and there's like some like storage areas and things like that, but it's like a small kind of like 10 by 10 room. Not a whole lot to it, but he escorts you to the door, gestures to facilities and says, right, we'll be back here in a few hours once we're underway. If you need me for anything, I'll be up in the helm. But I would highly suggest you stay here until I return. Any questions for now? No. All right. Okay. And just kind of awkwardly stands there for a second before leaving the room, closing the door behind. So, two of you in your quarters. We're going to cut before you guys can have discussion, decide on your next steps, but we're going to cut to the other side of this plan, where Fume and Glass, the two of you find. Yes.
I would like to ask for a flashback.
Yes, please.
Before we left,
Uh-huh.
we had a little fashion montage, and I made everybody look like pirate crew. That's it. That's all I want.
It's like a half stress flashback.
Is that a zero stress flashback?
Yeah, that's fine. It's zero stress.
We
So
look so sick.
uh-huh.
So sick. Super cool. Very fun.
Yeah,
I gave
me
Fume
hearties.
I gave Fume a fake scar for fun.
Yeah.
You get to decide where it is.
Can I have an eye patch? And then have the scar underneath it?
Mm-hmm.
Does that look dashing? Or is that too much of a faux pas?
No, I kind of like it.
Ooh, make it 3 like it's a claw.
You're so right.
Mm.
I remember 3 hours doing makeup on Fume just to give him
Jackdaw kind of walks past it. It's a bit derivative, isn't it?
Oh, hush. We're not going to get to do this much.
You have
Do
to
you
go
want
with the
one?
classics, Jackdaw.
No, I'm fine.
You sure?
With my,
You could
no,
add a couple.
I'd prefer not to stand out as much as possible.
I have this image of my head of Fume knocking on like the lead engineer's door and just opening it. Hey boss, engine 2 is running a bit hot. I think we're gonna need to cool it in about an hour. And then just shuts the door. He's actively making the ship better while working.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fume's actually working.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we're
I
gonna
do
cut
want to
out-
say, because I do want to disguise myself, but I don't want to wear a mask because I want my full vision assess and everything. Glass hasn't done this in a long time. I'm wearing a wig.
Okay.
It's a it's a blonde. It's like a very sleek, like blonde bob.
Okay. Love it.
Bring
The-
who Glenn Close was in
Yeah.
Hook as a pirate,
Mhm.
and oh man, that's just what I'm seeing right now, and it's great.
That's me.
The we cut to the docks outside of the Carnunos, where currently you like the group of you kind of like spread out with the rooks, and you're standing amongst this crowd of the sailors and as you're being kind of like checked in by the bosun before you step onto the ship. As you are kind of waiting in line, everybody's got like a satchel like slung over their shoulders, and with their gear and supplies, and kind of like moving through this queue like to kind of check in for the voyage. Jackdaw's at the front. He's currently speaking with the bosun, going over some papers and stuff. We kind of cut back to as part of your setup action, Jackdaw at one of the bars, like this tavern. So the way that these groups are set up, like most people that are on the ship, like typically operate in like small like pods, where like you'll have like different crew. There's not like a union or anything for this, but some of the like groups of sailors were unionized to like negotiate pay and stuff for a vessel for their voyage and stuff. So Jackdaw found a group of sailors that were going to be on this voyage that roughly were the same amount that y'all are looking for. Basically paid them off, told them just not to show up.
Okay, paid them off. Okay, I thought you.
No, paid them off. So
them off.
so
He
he
ruined their lives and then turned around and hired them, like
Poisoned
like
them all.
we do.
Yeah, poisoned them all, made them think they were insane. Yeah. And we're like, so how'd you do it? And he's like, I paid them. We're like, no, how'd you do it? I paid them.
I paid them.
Just I paid them.
So currently
Salome
you're standing
gave me
right
the money, I
behind
paid
him.
them.
You're standing right behind him, Glass, as he's speaking with Bosun Reka Moss. Very like
I'm letting
kind
him
of-
take the lead on this and just kind of functioning as like his second.
Mhm. She's sitting behind a table with a bunch of papers and stuff, and looking up with a bit of like kind of a look of consternation at Jackdaw, who's leaning in with like a smile and says, "Right, so Tomas's group got a better offer from the Wraith. He came to me day before yesterday, I think it was, offered us the contract instead. So we're taking the same pay. So everything should check out. Here's the number, the papers for our crew here," and kind of like shuffles them, and makes, Reika looks up and says, "Like, this is most peculiar. I've haven't had any issues with Tomas. We had negotiated that contract pretty well in advance. Well, like I said, better offer. I don't have many of the details, though. You could speak with him. I'm sure I don't think they've departed yet." Kind of like gestures across, says, "I can go get him if you'd like. It'll probably take a few hours, but she looks, no, I don't have time for that. We're trying to depart for first light. Right. Well, the contract was for Tomas's group, so I don't think I can offer you the same amount. 2/3 of their contract." Jackdaw kind of grimaces, says, "I already promised them the same pay. Do we really have to renegotiate here? It seems an awful chore to try to do that. I mean, listen, I can speak with the others. We may have to decline then. I don't think that's going to be sufficient for this. Maybe it's not a good fit. We'll go to the Wraith too, and maybe they can offer us a better fare for that as well." Kind of like turns around to you, Glass, and says, "All right, boys, we're heading out. No, this isn't going to work out." And
Too bad.
Reika, the bosun, there's like a moment where he begins to step, when she says, fine. Same rate, same contract. give me the papers. And she takes them over, begins filling out a few forms. Jackdaw looks to you, gives a wink, and within a few moments, she slides back over. She says, "Very well. Reporting to this block here.
Yeah, what's our job?
So, as you're stepping away, he takes out some forms here, and he begins to like hand them out to the crew, and it's like, all right,
Please
so
don't be in the galley.
he looks at, he begins to hand you one and says, "Oh, not the galley. All right,
know I
you
can't
then," and like just over to one of the others and says, "We need 5 for engineering." Looks to you, Fume.
Ooh,
I thought
ooh,
so.
ooh.
And looks to you, Glass, and says, "Well, I've got 6 more for the butcher's deck. Looks like 4 harpooners. Any choice? What would you prefer?"
Are those my 2 options?
Do you have 1 for medical staff? 4 spotters. And then we have 3 in cleaning and maintenance.
I'll take the medical stuff.
All right, here you go.
Easy way to get into people's quarters. May I say, well done. I've trained you well.
You trained me.
That's how I remember it.
I'm fairly certain I taught you everything you know.
Agree to disagree.
A fella's dead for a few years and you forget everything. No gratitude.
Listen, it's a good thing I'm on the medical staff, because as far as I can tell, I'm the only person on the ship who can bring your stubborn ass back to life.
When we get back, we should tell the Union boys that we highly recommend this cruise.
You do know we don't actually work here, right?
I'm sorry, I just get really into it.
Honestly, it's probably for the better.
Well, I don't anticipate we'll be around to collect our pay, but I suppose if we are, it's a fairly good rate. These Leviathaners are paid a good amount.
Oh yes, it's because most of them don't come back to collect the paycheck.
Fair enough. Considering a change of profession, though.
You'd hate it out here.
I don't know. Feel like being a sailor, make me even more dashing. He like strides up the walkway towards the deck of the ship.
Before you ask, yes, he's always been like this. No, there's nothing you can do about it. He's not going to change.
So the again, there's about like 30 of you with the rooks. And they're spread out amongst the staff, like integrated into various departments and groups. Based on like Jackdaw's negotiating and getting that all filled out, so you're in a pretty good place as far as like having eyes and ears pretty much everywhere. The like quarters situation is none of you have private quarters. You're bunking with at least 3 others in your rooms. Some of you may bunk with like a couple others. Like I'd say Glass, you're probably not bunking with anyone else because there weren't a lot of medical support positions within your group. Fume, I'll say, where would Jackdaw want to be? Wouldn't really be in engineering. I think Jackdaw's with like the harpooning crew. I think that's what he want to be because it's the flashiest. Fume, but you might have like a couple others in engineering amongst the rooks who have enough knowledge to make that work.
If it's like a choose your bunk sort of situation, Fume will decide to sleep next to like an exhaust port or something so it could hide like the humming from his body when he beds down.
Well, luckily for you, when you step onto the ship here, like you almost don't like it almost like resonates with your own like mechanical like rhythm.
These
like,
boats have to be loud as
frequency.
hell too.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's just steady, like constantly. You just learn to kind of tune it out, and it's much louder and like engineering and like deeper in the ship than it is like on deck. but yeah, you spread out, integrate, begin to report to your various stations as the last of the cargo is loaded onto the Cernunos, and the call there's like loudspeakers and like different like horns that sound like sirens to indicate like different stations and positions and watches that go that are going into effect. So everybody's kind of on a different watch, different rotation right now. But you all report to your stations and begin to prepare for the voyage. Probably like first up that's needed as being like medical staff, you're not going to have as much to do immediately, Glass.
That's the
But
idea.
you report to Doc Emran Rook, the chief medical officer on the ship, who kind of gives you a rundown of kind of like what to expect. And a lot of it is assumed that you've probably done this kind of stuff before, but there are a few people that this might be their first voyage. So it kind of goes over a basic rundown. Very tired looking man who's like going over the details of like different like exposures and symptoms to be on the lookout for with members of the crew. Everyone is expected to do weekly checkups on as between their shifts, so they keep a pretty steady and they kind of block those out for like rotation, so they're pretty continuously having members of the crew come in for physicals.
I'm gonna endear myself to this very tired doctor by putting to use everything I've learned from human Melvier.
Yeah. The and talks about going over different procedures with they coordinate a lot with the containment supervisor, Merrick Uldros, who oversees like the blood harvesting and stuff, and different like containment exposures and procedures and stuff if they do have a like a breach or something when they're harvesting. The and then Fume, you report to Atrina Vex down within the like heart of the ship at the reactor. As you step into this like central room, is like heavily reinforced. You go through like 3 different
Security doors.
well like like bulkheads, these massive bulkheads to get
Like
into
an airlock, a radiation lock, and the final door.
yeah. As you get they have a specific like equipment that they're wearing as well, almost like hazmat suits, that this like very heavy like lead lined suits that they wear. Like you probably don't notice as much because you're very strong with your mechanical body, but you see some of like the like scrawnier members of the crew kind of like slouching when they're wearing it, because the suit itself probably weighs close to like 30
Like a
pounds.
diver suit, basically, right?
Yeah. With these big helms on top, like very similar to the divers, but it's like fully like metal with just this like viewing window on the front, very like kind of claustrophobic. But before you go into that, you get a rundown from from Atrina Vex. She is a member and kind of introduces herself, like says, it's a pleasure to be working with you all. I'm Atrina Vex. You may refer to me as Atrina. I am the Sparkrite Guild liaison for the Konunos. I am not the principal designer, but I am the chief engineer for the core reactor here. If you have any questions on its function, you may provide those to me. However, your day-to-day tasks will be in maintenance and observation of the reactor and the fueling pumps for the ship. Eyes up at all times, having heads on a swivel for all of you. This is the pinnacle of Spotcraft technology, but that does not mean it is foolproof. Things
At
can get
that,
very
there is
dangerous
like
here.
the smallest twitch at the corner of his mouth, like he's about to smile. The pinnacle of Sparkcraft, sure.
she says, I will provide you each with your stations and your report forms. These are to be filled out daily and in triplicate, so they may be provided to the requisite officers. I do not indulge laziness, nor do I expect. I lost my train of thought there. Nor do I will I indulge any frivolity while on shift. This is a serious job. You should take it as such. Any sort of other anything else should be handled in your off time. Understood.
Ma'am.
Kind of nods. Says, very well. Suit up, and I will give you the tour. Then everyone gets into their safety apparatus.
So, Fume is the product of a researcher having to do field work for an extended amount of time. So, coming back to the lab feels really good for him.
Yeah. You step in after suiting up into the core like reactor chamber here. It's this massive like cylinder at the center of the room, and this like heavy thrumming, this like, whoa, 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 just continuous as you step in here. There aren't any like there's no like viewing port to like inside. It's like heavily reinforced, but there are dozens of these pipes coming off of it that feed off into different areas of the ship. She kind of goes over, it's like these are the like fuel injector lines, these are the like power couplings that run the engines for the ship that are located aft, which they get to later on the tour, going over the different machinery, what to look out for, where the like the fueling station is too. There's like massive cylinders of refined Leviathan blood that power the ship. And goes over all the details and what to look out for while you're on your voyage.
And now to look for all the catalytic converters so that I may strip them for their precious metals. Like the vagrant I am.
But yes, everything is, she runs, no pun intended, a tight ship. She like everything is very orderly. You go past like a station that has like a single wrench sitting on the side of it, and she stops and just like reams the engineer for a good 5 minutes about proper
Listen,
tool
I've been through
storage.
5S training. I know all of this shit already.
Yeah. So and just like going into details, like, do you know what would happen if we were suddenly hit by a squall and that wrench fell into the apparatus here? We'd have a catastrophic meltdown at sea, potentially disrupting the electroplasmic netting. Do you know what happens if the mesh is disrupted during our voyage? We die.
Horrifically.
Yes, thank you. Clean this up. And she moves on as they take the wrench and just store it like 10 inches away on the slot on the wall that it's supposed to hang on.
It's supposed to be there for a reason.
Exactly. So she goes through all of it. But yeah. Within the next couple of hours, stations are manned. The reactor spurs to life as the chains in the harbor, or the anchors in the harbor are pulled up. The heavy clanking, this like thun, 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 as the like 3 anchors along the exterior of the ship are withdrawn. The engine roars to life, and the ship begins to move. You feel a swaying under your feet just for a moment before it stabilizes, and then as it moves, the sheer immensity and the inertia of the vessel making it feel stagnant. It's not the kind of bobbing that you might have when you're on a smaller ship. This thing is a truly Titanic, is a moving island in of itself. But the ship is underway. Everyone's manned their stations. Some of you are on duty, some of you are not. And Salome and Grackle are in their quarters. So, as all of this begins to progress, what would you like to do?
Gotta set our ambush.
Do I spend stress for a contingency plan? Contingency threat.
That is the beauty of the flashback, is you don't have to
You
We
don't
can
have
wait
to do
till
it
you
right
need it.
now.
until
We can wait
it's
till we
needed.
need it.
Man, I hope y'all get real cool with something real fast. Anyway, I'm excited.
The rooks, because there are so many of you, y'all can kind of like telephone pass information without having to do. Y'all have your psychic connection, you can do that. But if you don't want to be spending stress to
You can literally
utilize
send a
that,
message down the line.
yeah. So like some of the like Jackdaw sets up kind of like a little bit of a game of telephone where they can pass some
A
messages
phone
along.
tree, if you will.
So Fume and Glass, you're given the information of like, okay, this is where Salome and Grackle are. Grackle and Salome, there's a knock at your door. One of the rooks just peeks in, lets you know that everyone's in position. They made it onto the ship. So you're all aware of each other's positions and can communicate with each other distantly in like small bits, but you can also meet up to have conversations if you would like.
I think first priority is Grackle going to be asking Salome what her read on the officers was.
Could I have rolled a survey on that in like our brief interaction? Like gotten a
Yeah, I mean
just
the
like a quick vibe check.
yeah, let's say depending on what you're wanting to know, like your knowledge is going to be, or your impression is going to be limited because
Yeah.
you saw them for about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But
Even just like body language towards Pansia during this unusual situation that they weren't anticipating, like that sort of stuff.
yeah, so I will give you. I'll say you can do a study roll, and the position you'd be in is controlled limited.
Okay.
Meaning you can try it again later on. You're not putting yourself really at any risk right now, but you can. You're going to be limited in the information you get.
Okay, that's fair. I got a 4.
Okay,
I had
so
nice.
mixed success, limited information. So the two that you saw were the first officer Von Elric, Elwick. Sorry, I keep saying Elric. And then
He's a
who's the
Full
other one?
Metal
Oh.
Alchemist.
Well, yeah, it's and because I'm not pronouncing its first name is Vond, Vond, last name is Elwick. So, but yeah, kind of
Not
kind
to
of
be
a Von
confused with the Elric brothers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So him and the navigator Lena Cray, the in your brief interaction with them, again, very professional, like they stopped discussing the voyage once you entered the room, so that immediately tips you off as like, okay, they know that they're dealing with sensitive information. They are wary of unfamiliar faces. There is a lot of like what would be akin to like corporate espionage amongst Leviathan ships. Like while crews rotate and the actual like general like sailors on the ship, they come in and out a lot, but they are given everything is compartmentalized. They are only told what they need to be told for this. The secrets of like running the Leviathan ship, hunting vessel, then the routes that they're taking, and the charts that they use are all kept very closely by the officers. And from your discussion with Pansia, that all checks out. It's like these people are vetted by him. He only brings on those that he deems he can trust. So individually for the two of them, the Lena appeared, and this is corroborated by what Pansia told you. Lena's a bit younger and is a bit newer member of the crew. Is like he said that she'd only been on for a few seasons now. But must be a very skilled navigator to be on this ship. This is Pansia runs the most profitable Leviathan hunting vessel, and Leviathan blood like export business. So it is like kind of goofy as Pansia is. You don't imagine that he would hire somebody who was not at the pinnacle of their field for this position, because he has the resources, the money, and the clout.
He
to
can
do
be
so.
choosy.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. But reading on her and stuff, like hard to tell like where exactly she might stand in that. Like she's younger, she could have something to prove, or she could be very confident in her abilities. Like I say, you're unsure exactly like kind of about that, but she clearly knows like to not discuss that stuff in front of strangers. From the first officer, Vaughn, he had a very like official looking bearing, like standing there with his hands like folded behind his back, like posture. You probably anticipate that like kind of military man. Whether he would have been in the like imperial military or a member of, or just has a long-standing career as a your guess would be either has been a sailor for a long time and has earned this role, or some sort of prior experience in a military position. Probably one of those two, but has a very kind of like no nonsense kind of bearing. And from the interaction when he was like watching you come in and kind of deferring, like looking to Pansia, was not expecting what happened in when y'all arrived.
Which means if Pansia was keeping it from his number 2, then
Mhm.
he most assuredly was keeping this on the down low.
Yeah. Well, my suspicion is that he didn't expect us to take him up on his offer.
That too.
But both can be true.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she'd relay that.
What is what is communication like across long distances in this setting? Do we have phones?
Yeah. There is the most advanced way of communicating. I mean, letters and verbal correspondence or written correspondence being the primary for people, but there are Spectrovox radio and like you can communicate via distance using those.
If things do in fact pop off here, there's a possibility of word getting back to Duskmaul about it fairly immediately.
Yeah, the technology for Spectrovox radio is very new. The like less than a year old at this point. Fume would know this, so I'll just give this to you, and you could say that Fume might have like passed this along. There is a certain distance by which like those towers and these things can communicate. So there's probably once you are more than like a few miles off of shore, they will not be able to communicate back to Dustfall. And it's very likely that most other cities in the Empire do not have this technology yet. So it's a question of like they might not even have radios set up on the ship because it'd be almost meaningless for them to have them because they wouldn't be able to communicate at that kind of distance. And even if they did, it'd be very limited range on how far they can communicate.
So it'd be like ship to ship would be possible, but not like ship to
Possibly,
Dustfall.
but usually these ships, these captains are not working together. So and again, a lot of them can't, like, this is a very new technology. Some Leviathan hunting ships may not have incorporated it yet.
They still do like
So-
the flag signs.
Yeah, that's mostly like, what is that called? There's a,
It's like a form of signaling, right?
Yeah, I think it's flag signaling.
there was a fancy
There's
word
a word
for
for it. It's
Yeah.
hold on. I got you.
Semaphore.
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 Yeah.
That's cool.
I am the very model of.
Of a modern major
Eh.
general.
yeah.
Oh,
So-
don't get me started. I know all the words.
So
I know
yes,
you
it's
do.
mostly
I know you do.
signaling to, if they do come across other ships, it'd be signaling using flags, and spyglasses from distance. But it's line of sight.
They're right
communication.
there.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
So not really a concern as far as getting things back to shore.
Good to know. Okay. You think those officers are anything that we should be worried about? Can't hear you, sorry.
Right. No. They seemed to defer to the captain.
Well, it looks like Cray is new around here, which could be planned.
That is possible.
And Elwick haven't been around for a long time. My father's been around for a long time, too. They could be friends.
Very good points all around.
Also, do you think that maybe you could have run that cover story by me a little bit?
Honestly, didn't think much about it. Is that all right?
It's fine. It's just. I don't know if I can convince him that I'm doing what I want to do.
You are. That's what I said. Said I didn't want you to go, and you said you wanted to. Are you saying you won't be able to convince him that this is what you wanted?
I have been to dinner parties and picnics and all kind of social event with that man, and never once have I been able to convince him that I'm doing what I want to do without being up to no good.
Well, you have changed. And frankly, so is he, if he's even offering something like this. That is if this is not just all completely a trap. It could absolutely still all be a trap. I just do want to emphasize that as well.
Oh, add a character question. Are we aware that she can, like, do we in meta know that she can, without a doubt, tell whether or not someone's lying? Is that a supernatural ability that we know for certain she has?
Yeah, I guess we've never really discussed that. Is it a supernatural
we
ability,
we
or
all
is
know
it
she
just,
can do it.
or is it just Salaman's very good at reading people?
Hume just
It
thinks that
doesn't
she's very good at reading people.
say
Yeah.
in the actual ability.
So here's the thing: has Salome ever explained it, or do we all think something different?
That's also true. Like, if anything, y'all just know that I know when I'm being lied to. Like, without fail. Like,
Salome's
y'all try
the
to lie
only
to
person
me
Glass has
on
ever
it.
been been able to lie to. Like,
Yeah.
Juliet,
Like
please.
one of those four manga panel skits of what do you think Salome's truth detection abilities are like? And Fume just responds, "Women's intuition." You can't. No,
You're just
seriously.
particularly good at it.
But do we want to say that? But everybody's aware that Salome
Yes, I
has
think
this.
everyone knows whether
Yeah.
or not they know what it is. I think I have an idea of what it is. I can say that above table. I think that
Right.
she's always been good at reading people, but maybe now that she's become the chosen of the Thousand Faces, that is just a little something, little boosted extra thing that like now she just literally knows. So
Okay. Well, was he lying to you?
No. No, he hasn't lied to me in a long time. Not since that last time. When I asked if he could promise not to tell your father anything.
Well, that means we can trust his word at least. I think we still have some more to dig into.
I would agree. We do need to get him alone for an actual conversation.
What's our angle?
I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I'm going to say the truth, for the most part. His boss, your father, I know you won't take offense, but just in case, no offense, is absolutely mad. He has multiple run-ins with multiple supernatural creatures. And is about to take the whole world with him. I think if he knows that there is a possibility that your father's reign of terror can be ended, I think it's worth trying.
All right. I think he's already on the same page with you on a few of those things.
I think he just feels stuck. I don't know that it's loyalty. If anything, I think it's not blackmail per se. Feels more defeat. Like he gave up a long time ago that he could ever disentangle himself from her father.
I think it's very simple. He's an honest man. He's just an honest man living in Duskfall.
So, to the best of our abilities, without being too stupid about it, let's be honest.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, I will never be honest ever again. Ever. Period. Never again.
Well, that will make things a lot easier, I suppose. Been struggling lately to decide whether or not it's time to be honest.
About what?
About everything. I've turned to you for all of this, for a reason.
Well, I hope with all of us, that's not a question.
All right. We have until Scoveland. Let's do some poking around.
All right.
Tisha's doing that thing where she shoves her face into my crochet hook.
Tisha!
It's
Girly,
play?
I'm busy.
Is play?
So, you want to do some investigating or like digging around. Everybody is in a good position to be able to contribute to that or whatever they want to do. So who is doing what?
God. Actually, I'd like to poke around a bit to see if there are any faults we could expose with the machinery here.
Okay.
Like maybe cause a small little power shutdown in case we need to strand ourselves for a time.
Okay. Yeah, let's
I mean, you know what I'm gonna want to do.
yeah, I think it'd be a survey for that, Arj.
Okay. Actually, it's like a 50-50 split on what Glass wants to do. Are you gonna seduce someone or are you gonna kill someone?
Hopefully both.
Hmm.
No,
Or
I want to go.
haunt someone.
You know, I want to go through Pansia's shit.
Tis
And we're
a
just gonna
s-
call that risky standard.
Yeah, 'tis a 6 on a risky standard.
Damn, y'all rolling so well. Okay, so
It's gonna
doing it.
It's gonna fade. It's gonna end.
Yeah.
You during your shift in the engine room and then like through your tour and everything else, you take some time. Luckily, it's very easy for you to do this without anybody really wondering why, because it's kind of your job right now, is to look for, weaknesses or malfunctions or things like that. So there's an interesting duality to this. Like all the machinery here, everything is heavily reinforced with like multiple redundancies to it, because this ship needs to be able to withstand like the full brunt of a Leviathan attacking without things falling apart. So you have most of the systems here are very difficult to disrupt, because the whole point is that if they get disrupted, everyone dies. So again, even though this is like this is a ship, it is built more like a submarine, because it just has to. It's an all or nothing situation. But the flip side of that is the fuel source, everything else on this vessel is extremely volatile. So like you're talking Leviathan blood and the sort of machinery that they use to power the ship is very dangerous. So you basically have a war machine that is powered by a nuclear reactor at the center of it, meaning that not only if things go wrong, the things outside will kill you, but if things go wrong, the things on the ship might also kill
Well,
you.
if things go wrong on the ship, the things outside won't be the first thing to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. It's a question of what kills you first. So, but with a 6, I'll say, with those redundancies that are in place, it also means that there are opportunities to disable certain aspects of the ship without disabling everything, because they wouldn't put everything on the same network. Like the electroplasmic netting, the weave around the ship that protects from like the influences of the ghost field and of the Leviathan, like the supernatural influences. Those are probably like prioritized the most, because if those go down, everything's lost. So like, but that also means that they're not on the same power source as like the engines and the lights and that kind of stuff, because they need to be separate so that
They'll
if
continue
one
functioning if that goes wrong.
exactly. So there is definitely a way in which like you could disable the engines without killing everyone on board. But there is a risk too, because depending on how you disable the engines, if it's a matter of just turning them off, then that's a couple of levers somewhere on the ship, but it's also very easy to fix. That somebody comes, you turn off the lights, somebody comes on, they just flip them back on.
Right.
If you're wanting to disable them more like permanently, then there's a tightrope you got to walk, because you could also blow up the ship by doing that.
You know
so-
what? Yeah.
Yeah, there's there are risks there, but there's also risks to your person. It's like if you disable the ship too well, y'all got no way to get home,
Yeah.
and then you're lost at sea. So
I guess after this, he'll try and strike up a conversation with the boss.
okay, do you want to talk to Katrina? Yeah, she's just going like supervising pretty like this first day. It seems like she's doing like a double or triple shift just to keep an eye on all the new people around and keeping a very close eye. I actually I want to do a tinker roll for me as like a fortune roll, just for how well you do this first day.
Double fives.
Double fives. Okay. So you're not coming like I think you're passable. Like she's still around, like keeping an eye on you. But she comes in and like occasionally like you're adjusting something, you're like noting something. She's like, no, this instead, not that. That's incorrect.
The power coefficiency.
You don't think I took that into consideration? Do you know how long I've been doing this for?
You know what? This is why you're the section boss. All right.
Exactly. Thank you. Not like a couple of little interactions like that aren't necessarily like
It's
again,
like small butting of heads between like two
yeah,
engineers.
I think that's mostly what it is. It's like you're doing things. Certain people that reach the level of like competency in something develop shorthand for stuff, and their shorthands are different. Your shorthand is just different than hers. And she's
trying
not
to read another stenographer's shorthand is murder.
Yeah, and so she wants you to do things a very specific way, and you kind of butt heads with that. So you're not like teacher's pet, but you're also competent enough that she's not constantly looming over your shoulder. But yeah, so she's around like looking over stuff and monitoring what people are doing.
Okay, cool. End of the day, Fume will just get the paperwork signed, triplicates handed over.
Thank you.
No problem, boss. Like I said earlier, we managed to cool down Engine 2, but it looks like we might have to take it offline for a bit.
All right. And the reason why?
Again, it's running too hot too fast, no?
She looks over, she says, there appear to be some temperature spikes.
Maybe, how recently was the coolant changed?
It's changed out while we were at dock. These things tend to run hot for a bit when we first engage. It should normalize over time.
Yeah, I'll feel a little bit better if I keep an eye on it, if that's all right.
I'm gonna go ahead and have you do a sounds like sway.
Yeah, okay. I'm not totally bad at this.
Yeah, and again, risky standard.
Learn from the best, baby.
It's a 5.
5. Okay. So your goal here is that you want to have like more direct access to this system. Okay. She looks it over. She says, "Right."
I don't have my qualifications on me, but I did go to the Sparkcraft Institute for a bit.
I understand. Well, as I said, these things, we may notice temperature fluctuations in the first 24 hours. It should normalize over time, but I understand you appreciate your concern. Your shift is concluded for the day, I believe. I will have, I'll have Octavian measure it in the next shift. So we'll determine if there's any need for further observation. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Small flashback.
Okay.
To a wreck roll, tampering with the engine while he was there.
Okay. Okay, you wanna do a flashback? She's saying what to what extent are you
To
tampering?
just slightly mess with the gauge so it just reads a little bit hotter than normal.
So like to the temperature gauge, so it is reading like the readouts are matching up with what you were saying in your
yeah,
in
not
your
not
report.
tampering with the engine, but with like the
Yeah.
readout gauge.
Just the okay. Yep, you can definitely do that. I'll say one stretch flashback. That's not terribly difficult.
Pops the glass out, turns the needle a little bit, pops the
Um,
glass back in.
I'm gonna yeah, let's do rec. We'll call this risky standard.
Well, man, it was gonna be a 6, but it rolled to a 4.
Okay. At least it wasn't a failure. If you fail, you want to blow everyone up.
What? Ones across the board. Ones.
Uh, okay. So you've messed with it. And I don't think with the way this is playing out right now. So somebody else is going to do the she's essentially saying it's like, all right, you did that. I think you kind of read from her, and I'll give you this for free, is that she's also looking like maybe he's just incompetent, got the readings wrong. Like there's a little bit of that where she's like, I want a second set of eyes on this,
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
somebody
second
else says
opinion.
the same thing, then I know it's a problem. But so you've adjusted it, and but I'll say you don't have 100% confidence right now. If like the gauge could easily, like, somebody might notice that that the gauge was faulty. Not that it necessarily makes you culpable, but it would be a fairly simple fix if somebody
Yeah.
did notice it, and they would just fix the gauge and then be like, oh, yep, everything's good.
Oh, okay, so
Um,
that's what he did. His mistake. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, but again, with the mixed success here, I'm just gonna say right now, you're gonna have to see how that plays out.
Perfectly fine.
Okay. But you're off shift, so you're done there. What's everybody else doing?
I want to go through Pansia's things,
Okay.
just in case he's hiding something we don't know about,
All right.
and to satisfy my own curiosity.
Okay. I think it's gonna be a prowl roll then.
Sure. I would love to prowl. One of my favorite pastimes.
We'll say risky standard again.
5.
Okay. You get you're between your shifts as well. You head up to, following the directions of the officers' quarters, kind of skulking around the hallways. And yeah, you find Pansia's quarters, nearest to the helm. Doors are not locked. I imagine, like, listen to the door for a little bit, make sure it's like, hey, sound coming from inside. Pop the bulkhead, swing the door in.
Slip in.
His quarters are not vastly different than the quarters of the rest of the ship. This isn't like austere captain's quarters that he has like all the the luxuries that everyone else is denied. Again, this ship's very utilitarian.
It's valuable knowledge about the man's personality.
Yeah.
But it is more lived in than the others. There's only one bunk, and there are charts and like a desk with drawers filled with like journals, ledgers, correspondence, things like that. Lots of the like sort of day-to-day reports and charts that he would be keeping. There's like a like near the door, you can see like on the outside, there's like a drop box sort of thing that like slides in with like officers like dropping off reports after their shifts, and he keep those like organized on his desk. So yeah, your initial view is in here is like it's lived in, but everything is very neat and kind of in its place, and utilitarian. So
Where are the captain's logs?
let's
Want to read
do
his journal?
yeah, let's also do a
Because if he's hiding
this-
anything we can blackmail him with, it's in here.
yeah, let's do a survey. Again,
Survey, huh?
risky standard.
Okay. I'm not very good at that. But that's okay. Whew, that's 6.
Woo!
All right. You go over the desk, kind of like pop open some of the drawers. Everything is like weighted down or like has like clips and bindings and stuff over it. Just like loose papers are gonna end up all over the place if
course.
they hit a storm or something. So everything's very organized and kind of like slotted in different compartments. But yeah, there is a you open up one of the drawers and there are actually like a collection of like thin like leather bound like journals, each with a different like year stamped into the spine. You can see they actually go back like about like 10 years or so. And there is one for like the way they're organized like chronologically. There's one for this year as well at the very end. That would be the last one.
Do we know how long he's worked with the Baron?
Oh, it's been a while.
Could I like pinpoint the year?
How long has it been, Panzea?
Because if I can, I want to know if he's got any personal musings about how that relationship started.
You rolled a 5 on your survey?
I rolled a 6 on my survey.
Oh, you rolled a 6.
I rolled a
your-
5
yes,
on my
I'll say
prowl.
you can pinpoint the year.
I'm gonna pull that one.
Okay.
Flip through and see if he has any musings about this Baron.
Yeah, you go back to like you're thinking back to like the Baron's journal and what you like read there. And
Oh,
what
true.
you've-
I guess I could pinpoint it. Yeah.
what you've learned from Grackle about it. So you would know it was around what year was it exactly? It was let's see. Yeah, so it was around year 845. You go through or you find that was one of the older journals, logs. Open that one up. You begin to skim through it. What are you looking for exactly?
The first mentions of the Baron. I want to know what was going on in Panzea's head when he was like actually forming this relationship.
Okay. What I will say is with a 6, I'm going to fill in some gaps that just like as it's coming with classes. You go through this log. So the logs start in the end at the during the season. Like it's not the full year. So most of the logs, as you like skim through a couple, kind of like comparison, they usually start like about a month or so before a voyage, and like begins with like it's not like, you know, Star Trek captain's log, you know, did this like, and you know, here's everything I did today and this is what I ate for breakfast.
Sure,
and
yeah.
this kind of stuff. It like covers like important events, but there's also like some notes, like personal notes to things about like this was acting up, we're gonna do this, or like I need funding for these things and stuff like that. Like it's, you know, different notes to himself to try to remember things that may have transpired, or reminders to do things at later dates. So during this year, You read through, and you like when you're going over the log here, you notice that there's a lot of like or I guess first and foremost, the ship that he references in these logs is not the Carnunos. It was a different vessel. Um, and there's a lot of like discussions. It was like malfunction with second engine, need to replace, need to divert funds from crew, from like secondary like crew funds in order for this. Like we may have to cut our staffing for this. There's a lot of like discussion of like you can just see like from the ledgers like really tough time and just like the ship that he was operating at that time being less than ideal, or being older, and having some technical and like funding issues. um Go through this like the haul and like documents with like the Leviathan, like the actual hunt, like the slaying the Leviathan, like the amount of blood they're able to get from that, and then the amount they're able to sell in like a ledger at the end of like, okay, this is our anticipated profit for this voyage. The margins are pretty thin. Like, I mean, it makes a good amount, but given like staffing and everything else, it looks like it's not an outrageous profit per voyage. You go to the next book, kind of go over it. It's about the same. But you get a couple years in as you're like skimming through his books, and you start to get to know what to like look for in these. And at the beginning of one of them, about like 4 or 5 years in, there is a note on the like in one of the first entries is like funding finally came through. Decommissioning, the name of the old ship, commissioning, commission of the Carnunos, goes into detail on that, outfitting for different but like it goes over like a lot of like technical details for it, but it seems like just like a surge of funding at that point, and based on that and the like upgrades to the ship, everything else, profits begin to go up. This is about the time when Panzia's business like really took off, when he went from being like second-rate Leviathan hunter that was just trying to turn a profit, to being like the titan of the industry and stuff. And there's like a clear like
where he
you
just
chart
very
the
suddenly
graph.
had a lot of money.
Mhm.
The funding that came through.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Based on that, like it seems like he got the seed money for that, and because of the changes he was able to make with that money, became very successful on that regard. Like had the skills, had the technical know-how and the knowledge to do the job, just didn't have the equipment to do it before that point.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's very dry. There's not like a lot of personal anecdotes or
That's fine.
asides or conversations, and the Baron is never mentioned in the notes.
Just putting 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if the goal is to blackmail him, he's definitely not supposed to be collaborating with Grackle without the Baron's knowledge.
This is true. Okay. I'll make note.
Okay. You step out of the doors, closing the bulkhead behind you, and walking down the hallway towards you, you see the first officer, Von Ilwick.
Does he eye me suspiciously?
He locks eyes with you.
Ah, first officer. Just the person I was looking for.
looking for me in the captain's quarters.
Well, I couldn't find you anywhere else. I assumed you were having a meeting of some sort. Obviously, that was not the case, but my luck has turned up after all.
And what might we need to discuss? I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, apologies. Daisy.
Daisy.
And this is the detective.
What seems to be the matter?
Well, everyone on board is due for a physical checkup, and you have not had yours yet. Even first officers are not immune to scurvy.
Is this really the best time for that? We've only just embarked. I have a lot of business to take care of.
Well, I imagine you'd rather get it done now than in the midst of some, more dangerous business. Only take a few minutes and...
And is there a reason you were looking for me in Captain Pansy's quarters?
Yes, well, like I said, I couldn't find you anywhere else, so I assumed perhaps there was a meeting going on. I knocked, the door was open. You weren't in there, but here you are.
I'm going to go ahead and have you do a sway. We're going to set this because of your position here. I'll set this as desperate limited to start off.
I think that's fair. I'm gonna push.
Okay. To improve your
Effect.
position or effect?
Yeah, the effects. I'm fine with it being desperate.
That's fair.
And away we go. Woo! That's a 6. And
Okay.
2 1s. We don't need to talk about those.
Okay. You can see, like, as he stares at you for a long time, like trying
I just
to
smile. Just a very genial sort of.
He, after a moment, blinks and sighs. Says, "Is this your first voyage?"
No. First on this ship with this particular doctor, and he runs it a little tight down there, so I really appreciate the help.
Very well. If I am due for my physical, then I should set a good example. But for future reference, officers' quarters are off limits to crew.
Understood. The last couple of captains I worked under were a bit lax with that sort of thing.
I will have to file a report for this incident, but as long as it doesn't happen again, it should be fine.
I completely understand.
Very well. To the medical quarters, then.
Yes, please.
He strides beside you, keeping a quick pace down to medical.
So, have you worked with Pansy long? Captain Pansy, excuse me.
He, like, you can see, kind of like balks as you just like said Pansia very familiarly, and then but bites his tongue as you correct yourself.
Just play the
Says,
character.
Yes, I have served under the captain for many seasons now.
It must be lovely to have that sort of relationship. I've been sort of bouncing around for a while, so I'd like to find somewhere to stay.
Well, loyalty will get you very far in this business. If it is truly something you endeavor to do long term, I advise finding a ship to sail on and remaining there, attempting to ingratiate yourself to the staff, get to know the ship. Better you know the vessel, the more successful you'll be.
Perhaps I can make up for this small transgression and get in your good graces.
We shall see.
And do you like working with Captain Pansia?
Yes, he is a brilliant captain, and there are very few better within Duskfall.
He strikes me as a kind soul underneath all that bravado. Although I imagine the bravado is well deserved from what I hear.
Yes, he is very well integrated into high society in the city.
Fascinating. For a captain, anyway. It's a bit rough and tumble for the likes of, I don't know, the Baron.
Not uncommon. Our business is the lifeblood of Duskwall. Many seek to ingratiate themselves with the captains and owners of these businesses for the sake of brokering better contracts and deals.
Then he must be very good at what he does on multiple fronts. Does he really know the Baron? The Lord Governor, excuse me.
He kind of squints, like looks for the first time, kind of like glances down at you. He says, "What makes you say that?"
I don't know, just rumors around town. I figured you'd know him better than most.
The business of the Canunos is not necessarily my purview. I deal with mostly the operation of the ship itself.
I see.
That being said, would not surprise me if they had a working relationship.
He seems rather easy to get along with, all things considered. I quite like him.
He just kind of gives a nod and continues walking beside you.
Okay, I'll leave him alone. I was just trying to get a read on this guy.
Do you want to roll anything, or?
I kind of want to know if maybe, I don't know, how good of a liar is this guy? Is he, give him a little scam? See if maybe he knows more than he lets on?
You can certainly try. You can do a study roll.
Study? Sure. Why not?
Call this risky standard.
That's another 6. I'm freaking...
Okay.
I'm killing today.
With a 6, he is very. It's hard to get a read on him because he is just very direct. Like, he doesn't really engage as you kind of begin to chat and talk with the Baron and other things. Like, he just doesn't really engage a lot in that sort of conversation. It's actually, I think it would maybe strike glass as like, this is the opposite of Pansia. This man is so dissimilar to Pansia, who is just this boisterous, loud, personable, like gregarious, like captain, like larger than life figure. This man is a stick in the mud. He is like all business. He's just like like bad at small talk. When you're talking about asking him these questions and stuff, I think it occurs to you, like, I mean, he's either a brilliant liar or exactly what he's saying. Like, it's one of the two, where he's like, this man is either like just an excellent liar, or he is exactly what he seems. There's no in between there.
Fair enough. I respect it.
What you do recognize, though, is there was a bit of a hitch, a little bit of a pause when you mentioned and saying, like, does he work with the Baron, and then corrected yourself as, with the Lord Governor. There was something there that you pick up on, like a hitch, a pause, a little bit of a crack in the armor.
At me referring to him as the Baron?
Referring to the
Or
Baron
at
or
all?
the Lord at all.
Gotcha.
Like, I think there was like a little bit of recognition, and you almost catch, like, he looked towards you or kind of like glanced down at you in a way that, like, he was probing for something, like for an expression on you. It was like, it just a name that he was not expecting. but not one that was unfamiliar to him.
Okay. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But I will say the like counterpoint to that, and like he just seems a little more guarded with you after that point in the conversation. When you mentioned that, because either because you were asking about it or because you used the name the Baron.
I did that very deliberately. I think I got what I needed.
Okay.
I will then like pepper in like a couple of other just like inane questions about the boat or being the first officer, just like to sort of continue the facade of like I'm just asking whatever question comes to mind and I have nothing to hide and I'm very interested in you and this place.
Yeah, so you again, very very one-sided small talk. You make it down to the medical offices. You do the blood, well, like everything you've been talked through is like, you know, blood pressure and heart rate and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like do the physical. Once you're done, he like buttons his jacket back on and says, well, if that is all, then I will return to my post.
Of course, I very much appreciate your time and the effort you've put into helping me keep my job as well. And for what it's worth, I do think setting a good example in this way is very admirable.
He gives a nod of acknowledgement towards you, and turns on his heel and heads back up to the hall.
Put the character away. Oh, what a stick in the mud.
Oh, hey.
You talk to him.
No, he seems grumpy.
I'm the driest white bread there is.
Ugh. You want to get a drink?
Of course.
Yes.
You head off to the mess hall to get a drink. Yeah, we're right at time. I was like, do we do anything else? But I think we're right up against time here. We're not really gonna have time for that. So we'll leave you with this then.
Oh, no.
They said it. It's the thing you say.
Yeah. Salaman, Grackle, two of you are in your quarters still.
Chatting about like, okay, if we're gonna go on deck and we're gonna poke around, then I'm gonna use my my disguise kit on Grackle, blah blah blah. But no, I think we're still there.
You imagine like the moment that we have to pass each other in the hall, the two groups have to pass each other in the hallway and pretend not to know each other, but sharing glances like, this is fucked up. Let's get out of here. Let's go. I hate it here.
You could be in the middle of getting Grackle disguised.
Yeah, so the two of you are working on that and speaking, and there's a knock at the door.
Grackle doesn't go for a gun, then Salome will. Just hold her palm pistol behind her back. And,
Yeah, Grackle will be the one to be like, calm down, it's fine. What the fuck? What is
A
going
gun,
on?
really?
They don't use doors, babe.
Who is it?
Spanzia.
Wipe off Grackle's face real quick and mess up her hair. Okay. Do it later. We'll do it later.
Unbutton your buttons.
No, not like that. I mean, taking off the disguise.
No, use
Come
this,
on,
use
now.
this, use this as a ruse.
100% what this. That's what this is gonna look like.
It is. All right.
Is this
we'll
a
go
bad
with
time? Should I come
And
out?
there's
No,
only
no.
one bed.
That. No, it's fine. One moment.
You open the door. Grackle with her hair all messy.
Yeah, she's like
smeared
busy, like
makeup on her face.
yeah, like she's like busy buttoning up her shirt. Like turns around.
mean, I can come. I'll come back. They're
It's
just
absolutely
really.
fine.
You see, like just like red forming in his cheeks as he like turns away. Like eyes just like locked onto like the door frame. As he's like trying not to look into the room. Says, I. If this is an okay time,
It's fine.
all right. Looks at like looks back and makes eye contact with you, Grackle. Says, I think Jack, you and I need to have a conversation.
Suppose this was gonna happen sooner or later. And like she's gonna look over at Salome. Is he implying like alone?
Yeah, that seems to be the implication.
Okay.
If someone is going to say anything you say to Jack, you can say to Salome. It's going to have to be Jack that says it, but it's also up to Jack if she wants to have private conversations. So
That's the problem, is that
we played it up pretty well that Jack is. It absolutely would make sense if Jack was like, "Oh, there's nothing you can say to me that you can't say to Salome if you want." Like, I think you have a choice here.
Ooh. No, I think that I think Jack's gonna stand up and like she's gonna follow Panzea out of the room, but the look that she gives Salome is very much like, come and listen in on this conversation.
Salome will stand as if she was invited.
Okay, are you gonna try to?
pointedly ignore that cue of alone, because alone was not implicitly stated.
Yeah.
So.
I think as you start to stroll out of the room with them, he kind of turns and he says, Miss Salome, I don't mean to be rude. I'd like to speak with Jack privately for a moment.
I think you like look over his shoulder and wait for her to like advocate for that, and she does not.
Okay. I think makes the show of that of just like, you good? Girl, you good? Okay. Understood, Captain.
Gestures for you to follow him out to the hall and begins to walk away with Grackle.
I have this mental image of like the Pansy and Grackle leave the room and the door shuts and then Fume like bursts out of the closet and Glass like drops down from the ceiling and is like, damn it!
Oh my god.
We're so ready.
And yeah, I guess we can decide if Salome tries to follow. And we will...
she's so gonna follow, but
Okay.
Have
that'll
to.
come later.
If you say you're not, I'm gonna argue with you.
I'm gonna tell you that actually you are.
I'm gonna tell you you're doing it bad. I'm gonna tell you
But
you're doing it wrong.
we will have to play out that scene next time. All right, good game,
This is
y'all.
fine.
This is
Well,
fine.
I mean, what's he gonna
This is
do?
fine.
Just like push it,
Capture
Spartacus
her.
Jack off of the, off the side of the ship.
That would be a crazy twist.
It really would.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to like go back and listen to all of the conversations and be like, how
Right.
did he pull it off? How did he lie to Salome?
The intricate lies,
Yeah.
that half truths that I've been leading up for. You're gonna have to. There are several clues in my.
I would
dice.
100% believe
This is the Hearts of Stone ARG.
If you notice, he never said he wasn't gonna kill him.
What you didn't know is that he had his fingers crossed the whole time.
The
Yeah.
whole time.
If I hear 3 sets of footprints in the hallway and the furthest one is Panzea through the door, I fire.
Or you've been talking to Pansy as like doppelganger the whole time, and this is the
Oh.
No.
And when there was only one set of footprints in the sand. That's what
Yeah,
Pansy
it was
carried you.
Panzea.
Pansia
God.
takes his face off. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to talk to you.
Ivan! No!
Oh God, Ivan.
Pansia's
Get
fine.
outta
He's
here.
in his office. I'll see you later.
He's just out here doing bits now.
I'm gonna make Ivan the big bad of this game. Like you're gonna deal with the Baron, you're gonna think like, oh, this is all over, and then
Oh,
suddenly
it's
you
all
hear like
over.
the slow
Clap.
clapping.
Guess who finally let me in?
Well.
Well, well,
Look
well.
who wants to get into whose coffin.
It
You
seems
solved
you,
my Baron puzzle.
It seems you have found my housing scheme.
And now we are on to the next grand adventure.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Okay.
what was the line I heard the other day? There are no paths for me to follow, only the one I leave behind.
Wow.
Dude, Dominic from the Smosh Synth video. Oh, my arms are so tired from carving my own bass.
Oh, my arms are so tired from clapping sarcastically. I've been doing this for an hour, waiting for you to all shut up.
All right. Let's go ahead because we're over time and do our stars and wishes.
We're always over time.
Oh
We
my
never
God.
start on time and we never finish on time. And I
Never
refuse to
under
change.
time.
Nope.
I did not write a single quote today.
There are
I
some.
just-
There are some.
I linked the quote stock and
You
then
did.
I forgot about it.
You
You
did do
did-
the
you
heavy
did your
lifting
part.
of reminding us. I think everybody. There's exactly one quote from everyone. Oh no, I'm part of.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
part
yeah.
of one.
That's fine.
His accent is. Chad says the accent's turning into Doofenshmirtz, and you're correct.
You're absolutely right.
You're right.
My procrastinator. Stars.
I was
yeah,
like, what are we
those.
doing now?
I was waiting for someone to go. Yes.
I know.
Oh,
I don't.
man,
I don't listen good today.
Oh my God.
No,
No,
everyone
everyone
had some-
Salome for the ridiculous cover story
Golly.
So good.
by instantly complicating things, but by that much. It's that kind of stuff that I keep coming back to this game for. It's
Yeah. Because
Chef
you know
kiss.
what? Let him think that that's the drama. He'll be so distracted.
He won't be thinking about anything else.
you won't know what's going on.
He won't know.
Yeah.
It's very funny. I enjoyed that.
Pansia reads romance
Um,
novels, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
He reads smut.
Like a long night in his office, just rocking to the waves, reading a smutty novel with a bourbon in his hand.
Did I
Yeah,
find like
yeah,
one
yeah.
drawer that was just like full of fan fiction that he's written?
Yeah. He had
I
a
feel like we're
typewriter with.
I feel
It
like we're
gets
writing
lonely
fan
at sea.
fiction about Pansy.
Yeah. Right.
I've been writing fan fiction all day.
Hey, it's called the romance.
My wish is for high seas adventures.
Yay.
Ooh.
You're there.
Ooh,
Which is what we're getting.
I'm piggybacking off of Wings, and I'm gonna star Van for throwing in the bit where Fume pops out of the closet and glass falls from the ceiling. I love that bit so much.
It gets me. It's funny every time.
It really is.
I imagine glass falling to the ceiling. Like, do you know the iCarly clip of Gibby falling from the ceiling?
Yes.
Yes,
Where the actor broke
stunt.
his ribs.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Yes, that one.
Ugh! Fuck. I'm fine.
My wish is, God, I'm terrified if it comes true. I want to know what's under the water.
No, you don't.
I kind of do.
No, you don't. Bro, no, you
I'd be
don't.
less afraid if I was still a ghost.
Right.
I can
just go
arrange
look.
that.
It's
I
okay.
brought you into this world again.
I can
guess
take
technically
you
I
out.
I technically still am. I guess I could go look.
Uh huh. Yeah,
It's-
because you still
cool.
have access to.
Yeah, do you have to
things.
breathe?
Yeah. I could still do ghost shit.
As a vampire,
could.
you don't need to breathe.
But you kind of need your body.
I
Who
can go
needs your
ghost for a little
body?
bit too. We could go together.
Let's
Let's
go ghost.
Ghost.
Let's hold fans. Jesus. Let's hold hands and Danny Phantom together.
Yes.
Aw.
My dream.
That's some
That's
best
my
friend
wish.
shit right there.
That's my wish.
All right, say your star now, because I'm.
I
done.
wanted Danny Phantom with Crackle. That's my wish. My star is gonna go to Fume through all of this, actually trying to fix the boat. Fume was like, wait, actually, there are some improvements that could be. It's so on brand.
I haven't done this in a while. This feels good.
It's been
I
it's
did-
been a little bit, and that was like a little return to form, I think, from Fume of like.
I did like the
fix
nautical
this.
engineer jargon going back and forth.
Yes,
So
it
that
was very fun to listen to. I felt like I was watching fun.
Those were some words I've
Fun
actually had
movie
to
on a
use
boat.
at work.
It was fun. That's my star.
I love it.
My wish is Danny Phantom in Sparkle.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with you and everything to do with me, and I can make my own wishes happen.
I'm trying to set how the ghosting off the ship would work because there is a big electroplasmic net around the ship. Whether you could actually leave in ghost form.
Please. There's with the amount of moves and rituals that are on my sheet, there's got to be a workaround.
Mm-hmm.
I could just turn it off.
There's
could
gotta
just
be a
turn it
hole in
off.
that somewhere.
You have a tiny
get
outage, like a
away.
second.
That would be really scary.
It would be really scary, and I want to do it.
And me doing a fortune roll to see how many people die in that 1 second.
Yeah.
Meh.
Have
We
you ever-
we literally massacred a church one time, so like
They kind of deserved it. And I have
Yeah.
religious trauma, so that was very easy for me to
It was
justify.
kind
Yeah.
of soothing, actually. Yeah.
I have this scene from a horror movie in my head where they're all at a dance party on a boat and like a wire rips through all of the dancers.
Yeah,
'cause it's
Titanic.
spooked. No. It's like another and like a little girl survives and she carries this trauma with her or some crap like that. I'll look
feel-
it up.
that
I feel like I can kind of picture what you're saying.
I love it. Am I the only one left? Did everyone do their star wish already?
Yeah, we did them
Ah.
kind of out of order, but we did them.
My star is gonna go to Grackle, and that is very specifically for, hey, you all right? And doing the whole like teenager thing of like throwing your bangs into your face and being like,
I regret to inform RJ that you're thinking of the movie Ghost Ship.
Oh well, it's in the name.
I'm
would be
pretty
why.
sure is
that
the
would be the one.
No, that sounds right.
is the one you're thinking of. 2002's Ghost
Ghost
Ship.
Ship. Love it.
It's got Carl Urban in it
Oh hey.
and
Any
Juliana
relation?
Margulies.
Oh hey. And my wish, I am very much looking forward to whatever this twist may be. I know there's a twist. It can't be this simple. Something's got to be going on.
Maybe
So
this
if you-
just all goes normal.
What if
You
the
could see
twist
me
is
casting
this is-
suspicions on everything.
But Sid, have you ever considered that is the twist? It is the simple.
Yeah, I mean that would be the ultimate twist now. Is if I just had this all just go perfectly smooth, like you convince Panzea, and he's like, "Oh yeah, let's definitely do that. Go back, and everything's fine." And y'all are just like on
Looking
edge
over
the entire
our
time.
shoulder the entire time. Yep, that is exactly what I would do.
The
My
Baron
favorite
just
game.
like you come back, you guys get back to Dustfall. It's like Baron died of a heart attack. That's it.
My favorite narrative game is the gun loaded.
That would be one day. I'm just gonna end a campaign. Like there's gonna be all this build up, drama. Big Bad just dies of natural causes, and
He
that's
tripped.
the end. Yeah.
He tripped on a set
Ugh.
of stairs.
How embarrassing.
Tragic.
Remind me about that later on when we do our decompress.
Okay.
Bad guy
all right.
dies of natural
Got
causes.
it. All right, so that's everybody. I'm gonna give the quote today. I liked this one, so I'm gonna give it to Salome for the. And if it doesn't work, I'm never telling the truth again, ever. Because that's
So
kind
funny.
of how y'all handle everything in this game. It's like if it doesn't
Yeah.
work once, I'm never doing
Fuck
it
it.
again.
Never
If
fucking
it doesn't work,
Never.
burn it to the ground and start over.
Never
This
fucking
this group is like the
No
it's-
second chances with this
it's
group.
it's literally this is the delete your art group. Like this is the group. All of us will kill our darlings 100%. I don't care if it's an
Oh,
NPC. I don't care if it's a plan. We will instantly kill it. No, we have no
Uh,
mercy for our
yeah.
own thoughts.
That's funny.
It's so
Uh,
good.
very funny.
All right. Well, that's gonna be it, everyone. Thanks for watching. We'll be back next Saturday, I believe. No, I don't think there was anything coming up this next week. I think we're good for a little bit.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
we're good for a while.
we have visitors coming into town next week.
Gas.
Oh, we do. Oh, yeah, yeah. We
Do you want to guest
Okay.
star?
Hey.
That could be fun.
Ooh, a sailor.
Yeah, let's chat about that because
What a
that
sailor's
could
Hi,
be
sailor.
that
'Cause
could be
I'm-
interesting. We
I'm
haven't ever done a guest
sure-
star in this game.
I'm sure this particular
Ooh.
person would be down.
Have we done a guest star in any of the games that we've done?
Not
If I-
not any of the Saturday games.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
No, we had
I-
LB on for Star Power.
Oh,
That's
you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a bit.
Yeah.
'Cause I know I
Lonnie.
did them all the. Yeah,
Piper and
I did them all the
Lonnie.
time for Neon Souls, and then. Yeah.
Yeah, we rarely have guests on Saturdays.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll talk about
we'll,
it.
We'll chat about
Yeah.
it. Figure out if that works. Anyway, so stay tuned for whether we're playing this Saturday or not. But in the meantime, Monday we'll be back with our Crater's Edge game. We're playing Fistful of Darkness. It's session 2. So
Oh,
it'll be time-
you guys, I can't tell you enough, chat, how much you're gonna love these fucking characters.
Yeah,
They're
it's
so
just
They-
I love them already.
Instantly clicked.
yeah, it was very good. So
so
check out
much.
that VOD and then join us on Monday for the next episode. But that's gonna be it. I want to thank my lovely players for making this game a joy to run as always, and I want to thank everyone out there for watching. We will see you next time, and until then, good game and good night, internet.